And we are now live on air with the rest of the world. Everybody, hey, welcome to our special, first time only, super secret, like a super secret Dakota Ring special, where we're going to talk about what's going on in the rest of the world. Geez Louise, we have lots of people who are going to come in and out of this show because a lot of people want to come on and talk. But this is my panel of guests we're first starting with, and you'll see people possibly coming in late and people dropping out early, and it'll be kind of just a free-flowing show. So for you guys just joining us, let me explain how this show works. This is a roundtable show. So my guest will kind of say what they want to say for a minute or two, and if they talk too long, I'll have to politely cut in and nudge them a little and say, okay, wrap it up. I almost want to get like a little stoplight that has like a yellow and a red light so people know. And then I could flip it upside down so it's right in the Mandela world, right? Do you guys know about the stoplight flip? Okay, maybe not. All right. Sometimes, that's I throw these jokes out there. It's like, it doesn't get much better, guys. This is my A material. Anyway, so we, if you see me interrupt a guest, that's what I'm doing. I'm going to be as polite as I can about it, and I'll keep moving it along. So our guest, if you do come on the show, just remember to keep your answers in about a minute or two, and then we'll move to the next person. The other thing I want to talk about is we can this is a really interesting phenomenon we got going on, because if 10 years ago we had this where someone said, I'm going to be carrying this device in my pocket that, by the way, has anything I want to know in the world on it. And I'm going to be able to stream with a guy from India, a guy from Belgium, someone from New Zealand, someone from Norway at the same time and talk about some weird phenomenon. It would have sounded like some crazy science fiction, but here we are in today's world where we can do such cool things. I'm going to go around the room in a minute, and we're going to introduce our guests, and we're going to let them talk about it. And what I want to tell you guys is, with the guest, you guys can feel free to interact with them on chat. A lot of them are going to be in the chat room, and you can ask any questions you want. And I hope you'll actually check out their channels too. They're pretty interesting. Oh, one last thing I have to mention is this is a live YouTube stream, so things happen. We've been plagued with internet problems since this is international. We've been plagued with some, like technical stuff. So if this stream dies for some reason, it will restart in 5 minutes. You'll just go to my page and you'll be able to find, it'll say like second half of the show, and you'll see a new stream appear. So if this does crash for some reason, we'll resurrect it. Okay, let's go around the room. We'll start with the person furthest away, right? Sanol. You come on in and talk to us a little bit. You are from India. You have a channel. You're one of the only Indian Mandela channels I've seen. And I'd like you to introduce yourself. Tell them about your channel. Tell them how you got into this. I'm going to give you 3 or 4 minutes to go ahead and open up and explain who you are. Go ahead.
Sure. So I am Sunil, and basically I'm from India. I've been living all over the place in India due to my father's job. So basically from childhood onwards, I have been kind of conspiracy theorist guy, but there was no group or such thing when I was growing up. So when the internet came along, whatever I used to think, it began to unravel itself to me. So I kind of joined a lot of conspiracy forum, from David Icke to Michael Sari, and most of the conspiracy guys are from the West. So in India, there is a lack of conspiracy movement or truther movement as such. So I came across, like, now is a big thing that is happening in America, Mandela Effect. But I was kind of obsessed with the map. So when the map thing got changed, I got really interested into Mandela Effect. And also basically you can say from there I really took off, and I researched a lot, and I started creating my own stuff and opened a new YouTube channel. So basically, my Mandela Effect and a lot of other stuff around 911 related things. So that got me started into conspiracy a lot. So, but in Asia, we don't have much people in conspiracy. So I look generally into the American audience for guidance and more research material. So yeah, that's my story. So I'm basically, you can call me a conspiracy guy or conspiracy theorist. There is nothing more I do right nowadays than research on conspiracy.
Very cool. Let's jump over to Raphael. Raphael, why don't you give us a 5-minute little bio on who you are and take it away.
Well, my name is Raphael, as you already heard. I'm actually more of a science-based guy. I wasn't into conspiracies anyhow, but one morning on the 26th of December in 2016, so I'm very new to the Mandela Effect, but one morning, just as I was about to leave for work, the entire world was pulled from under me. So I basically started a channel up about my life 3 months ago, and ever since I got taken away by the Mandela Effect has been taking over my channel. Well, my vlog channel anyway, because I got 2 channels. I got one on mysteries too. The thing that got me hooked on the Mandela Effect is the Luke, I am your father, the quote that now is, no, I am your father. But what got me in was the usual stuff, the culture stuff, the American culture stuff. And I haven't seen anything here in Belgium yet in our culture, but there must be some stuff, because I got this personal like story, Mandela story, that actually involves a house moving like 25 or 30 meters from its place, from its original place. And I know I can't prove this. I don't have photos from where it used to be to now. But this for me proves, and this feeling is that this is not an American problem, but that this is a global problem. It's just that I don't think many people outside of America have been awakening to the Mandela Effect. So,
all right, thank you so much, Peter. I want to jump over to you. So Peter, go ahead and take it away. Tell us who you are.
Yeah, my name is Peter. I live in Sweden. I do a lot of stuff normally, not as much conspiracy as Sunil, not much at all. I run 2 or 3 companies, and I do a lot of stuff and stargazing, as you see in the background. The Mandela Effect got me just in the beginning of January this year. I noticed some changes last year, but I just passed them by as this just changed the logos and stuff like that. But I was searching some stuff about the human skull, and I said that's not the human skull, because the eye sockets, and it was pretty strange. So then I started searching about human skull changes, and then I stumbled onto the Mandela Effect, and then it just rolled on, and now it's like taking over much of my spare time. And in Sweden, I also try to find stuff here, but not much yet. But the Volvo logo is pretty strange, and I have sold Volvos for a couple of years, so I know the logo, and it's not with the arrow and like it is now, never. So that's it.
Okay. Thanks for giving us the heads up how you got in. Let's jump over to Melanie. Melanie, you want to talk?
Hello.
Hi, Mel.
Hi.
Go ahead and tell us how you got started and what's going on with you.
Well, I'm in the UK, in the southwest in Plymouth, and I first learned about the Mandela Effect, I think it was last October, possibly September. And as soon as I started researching it, then most of the changes that are online that people talk about, I agree with, that have changed, including the geography and the world map, and including the anatomy and a lot of the logo and brands. I don't get out much because I have problems with my legs, so I can't say that I've seen anything locally that's actually changed. And most of the changes I've personally experienced are within concerning people and also my own spirituality, and I think has increased. So I've definitely changed, and other people that I know, I think, definitely have as well. So that's my story.
That's your story. You sticking to it. All right, hold on. All right, Cassandra, let's talk about where you're located and how you got in all this, and give us your backstory.
Well, all started with, you know, the American stuff. Well, mostly. I'm actually from Norway, but I grew up in Spain my whole entire life. And most of the things that has changed for me are, you know, things that I used to watch on TV, like cartoons and car logos, you know, also food like Kit Kat and, you know, all the American stuff, basically, because my cousins are half American and I've sort of grown up with that kind of American environment. So I've seen everything that has to do with all the Americans. Also, I've been in America myself, and I'm quite kind of I can see everything, like every detail and everything. So I kind of have a good memory when it comes to details. So that's why it's really, really strange to me when all of a sudden there's no dash on the Kit Kat, and you know, it's not Looney Tunes, it's tunes, and it's really strange. So that's mostly my personal stuff, as well as the stars has changed for me, and the map of the Earth, and yeah, that's pretty much it.
And I appreciate that. Thanks for letting us know who you are, Chris. I am really sorry about that we didn't get you in earlier. That was just some trying to.
No problem.
This is like herding cats, trying to get everybody together. So I'm sorry about that, but you're in, and you're in the important time. Give us a little background about yourself, and go ahead and tell us what's going on with your world over where you're from.
Yeah, well, I'm at the moment I'm in Australia, North Queensland in Cairns. I grew up most of my life in New Zealand. I was born in England, Norwich originally. What basically got me onto the Mandela Effect was actually the changing sky and the sun and everything else, and Berenstain Bears. And yeah, I've only known your channel for a couple of weeks, mate, and yeah, haven't been sleeping properly since.
Who has slept, really?
No one.
All right, everybody
no one,
can
seriously.
We can all unmute now if you want. Go ahead and unmute, Sonal. We're gonna try to keep this unmuted so we can have free flow here. What we're gonna do is I'm gonna ask a question, because some of you guys hinted on this, but the big question everybody wants to know is, are these effects purely on American products and like USA stuff? That because part of me says, well, the rest of the world watches a lot of USA culture. They get their movies, they get their entertainment, so they would notice things like Star Wars, or they would notice American things. But I want to start off by saying I'm curious if things are actually changing in your culture itself. Like, Sunil, I'm not saying that right. Sunil,
Yeah.
what is things like Bollywood movies?
Yeah,
Are lines changing, or Bollywood music? Like, go ahead.
Yesterday I was watching your channel Ouroboros, Mr. I don't know the correct name, but he was asking for you to like ask me that what about the Bollywood movies? Have they changed? So I was watching that video. So actually, like in India, the most of the entertainment is borrowed from Hollywood itself, and India is basically a culture of entertainment, and then it's been a poor country, and also we just go back to our life. So there is no repetition like Star Wars part 1, part 2, part 3. So if in India, if there was a copy of Luke, I Am Your Father, or No, I Am Your Father, people are not getting repeated that. If a movie comes 30 years back, there is no part 2, part 3. So the old movies are not being repeated. And I looked into most of the Indian movies, and if you compare with Hollywood, we have more than 1,000 movies made every year. So it's very difficult to keep track with all the movies made. So Actually, India is the largest movie maker in the world, and the cultural significance is not that strong compared to what Americans are being shown through movies. So in India, nothing happens like this in real life. So even if they try to change in Mandela Effect in some words, movie lines, it doesn't affect people so much because it is not that much part of our culture. We just go
okay.
out and enjoy. Yeah.
So, Sunil, also, a lot of people aren't really looking for this. Like in America, we have a whole army of people watching everything, because there's a lot of people affected and it's known. But in India, there's still not that many people really talking about this, watching the movies. And you're saying because 1,000 movies come out a year, people don't memorize the lines enough to notice if there'd be a change. There's just so much information coming out of Bollywood.
Exactly. Yeah, that's true. Because, and I feel this thing goes way back. Even before the Mandela Effect, they decided that. I feel that they are going to do this because in India, if they did it, probably no one will notice. Even they have to come and tell, okay, see, we made it first. Luke, I'm your father. Now it's no, I'm your father, like that. Otherwise, people are not going to notice it. And honestly speaking, like in India, like people are very busy with their own personal life. There is so much stuff goes on in their own life. They don't have the free space to research or talk about it, and it is mostly a close loop family oriented society. Unless something happens in a personal level, people will not understand the change. It is not a socially cohesive society, you can say.
But has
So
something
people are not
major,
noticing the change.
But you guys study things like the Veda. There's Hindus that really know their scripture. Has Hindu scripture changed?
No, Hindu scriptures have not changed. Indian history has not changed. But when the invasion happened, like when the British came to India to conquer, they backdated a lot of history of India. So many people don't know about the real history of Gandhi, and they created fake kings and queens, and they misrepresented a lot of Vedas and a lot of scriptures. So what people are seeing right now about India and Hinduism and Dharma, it is totally what the invaders created. So there was already a lot of mix up, but not like what we are seeing in Mandela Effect, because that is borderline crazy, and it is mostly like for division. But in India, it is not like that. They are more like they have left us alone to our faith. So I can feel the reason I made that Mandela Effect video was I could feel everyone was criticizing. Americans are gone crazy. They are seeing things that don't exist and all. So that is the reason. Because I am a map guy. I like. I was mostly the reason I created that video, because I think the target is Americans, not us. So.
I love Sunil. Yeah. Okay, you're a funny dude. You're coming back. That's good. All right. Let's jump down the line to Raphael. Same question to you. Anything changed in Dutch movies, Belgium culture? You even do stories about Brazil too. You seen anything out of their culture that showed up?
Well, to start with the Belgian culture, as I said, I am new to it, and I actually didn't do any real research in it yet. But my personal problem is that from 7 or 8 years on, I watched a lot of BBC. So I would
Raphael, you're in the dark side at the moment, buddy.
What?
It's the black.
Oh, no, I can see Raphael. I think that's your feed.
Oh, true.
Peter.
Okay, sorry.
Oh, no problem. Sorry, go ahead. Keep going, Raphael.
So I was saying, from 7 or 8 years on, I was actually watching a lot of BBC. So I would.
Did we lose him?
Oh.
Yeah. Oh, you called it, Peter. You brought the wrath and thunder down on him. He
that was me.
Well, Peter,
before it happened.
I know, you predicted Mandela stuff. It happened.
I could see it. It was the dark side was interfering, and then bang, yeah.
He'll come back. Yeah, he's probably upset that. All right, we'll let him come back. Peter, go ahead. You're next. Why don't we jump over to you?
Yeah, well, we can't see much here. I have some friends that experience the same stuff as me, but we can't
Peter,
see.
Remind people, I'm sorry, I should say this every time, guys. We have new people coming onto the feed constantly, so just be like, say what country you're from every time you do, because they miss the beginning of the show.
Yeah, I live in Sweden, northern part of Europe. But we don't see much here. I have a lot of friends, or a couple of friends that experience the same stuff, and the only thing we agreed on is the Volvo logo. That's Swedish, and that's about it in the say the pop culture. But of course we see the anatomy changes and the world map changes and stuff like that. But as in logos and in movies and stuff like that, that's the only thing we got. And Volvo is known from all over the world, and it doesn't got much Swedish left in it, but it's still Swedish origin. So not much here. So that's kind of strange, I think.
Yeah, that is a little strange. So a lot of what I noticed with a lot of European guys is they notice the car stuff, you know, the logos on the cars, and that would make sense. But you know, like you said, Volvo's really not, you know, Swedish much anymore, are they? They're kind of owned by other.
I think it's some kind of Korean company or something like that.
Globalization.
Yeah.
Okay, let's bring Raphael back. He did a disappearing act. So there we go.
Did I drop off? Did I drop off?
You did drop off, but go ahead and finish what you were saying.
Whereabouts did I drop off?
All right. You know what? We have new viewers joining all the time. Just start over. Just say what country you're from, and then what's going on with that same question of, do you see it in Belgium culture? Or do you see it in Dutch culture? Do you see it in Brazilian? For you guys that don't know, Raphael has a channel, and he does things in, you know, all these different countries and languages. So kudos to you to do double stories and everything. That's really tough. So go ahead. Keep going.
So I was saying that I personally watched a lot of BBC. So for me, it would be difficult in Belgian or in Dutch culture to see something, to really notice something. The other thing is the series and the movies in the Belgian culture don't really have those catchphrases like they have in the American culture. And there are some that I do remember, but I still have to do more research in it, because you know, I'm fairly new to the Mandela Effect. It's only 2 or 3 months. As for the Brazilian one, I'm a member of a group called Effect Mandela on Facebook, and I see sometimes things coming up that I believe are like typical Brazilian. The problem with that is the first time I went to Brazil is 2002, and I don't have those past memories from Brazilian culture like they do. So that also is very difficult. On the other hand, I think when I came back, I heard something about the Volvo logo, and there's also the Volkswagen logo, which is still German, I think, the company. And I do believe that things like that point to a global thing, not just an American thing, not just for American cultures, but a global thing that is happening. So it's just that not many people in Europe, I think, have awoken to this Mandela effect. And I told it yesterday in that little interview we had yesterday, Dr. Lupo, that I believe I was Mandela affected long before I awoke to it. Because that, you know, sometimes you live like in the bird school work, that rhythm, and you blur out all the details, and you just don't see it. And then one day something grabs you and pulls you into the Mandela effect. And I think that too few people here in Europe have been pulled into it on this at this moment.
All right, thank you for that. Let's go to our next guest. Melanie, why don't you give us your take on this?
Okay, well, I'm in the UK in the southwest, and I haven't noticed that much of my culture that's changed. I have heard apparently the UK flag may have changed. Some people claim that that's a Mandela effect. Think that the shape of Great Britain has changed. Specifically for me, the southeast of Great Britain. Most of what I used to watch is American, so American TV shows, things like that. So I didn't really watch a lot of British TV, and you know, I think as a lot of places in the world, most of the films that people watch, etc., are American, and a lot of the brands, you know, are American as well. So I think that could be an explanation as to why it seems to be centered on the brands, etc., on American culture. The Bible, I've noticed, definitely changed, because when I woke up to the Mandela Effect, I had an app that had the New King James Version Bible on it, and I was tracking the changes in that. And then my aunt bought me another version of a Bible, but that one hasn't changed, and that was called the Good News Bible. And most of the other changes I've noticed is within people. I have heard it claimed that Jeremy Corbyn, the leader of, well, one of our second biggest political party, seemed to change very suddenly just before the Brexit. In fact, he used to be a stauncher leave the EU, and suddenly he was like remain EU. So that could be another Mandela effect. But yeah, a lot of it is the global geography and personal changes in people that I know and myself, and yeah. So I'll end it there.
Thank you for that. Let me jump over to Chris. Chris, go ahead and give us your 2 cents on this.
So yeah, I'm Chris from Northern Queensland in Australia. I'm from New Zealand mainly most of my life, and something locally that I've noticed, which nobody else knows about, but I've seen it on the internet, and it's not just American. The wing mirrors saying, caution, objects are not closer than they may be. Because they used to be, you used to say maybe closer, and now it just says are closer.
Okay, could you explain that for us that don't know what you're? I don't know what you're talking about there. Give us a little more details.
Cars on wing mirrors, you know, the wing mirrors on cars, how they have the on the left hand side, because we drive on the right hand side here.
Wing mirrors.
So the left.
You talking about the mirrors on the sides of cars?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I've never heard them called wing mirrors. Okay, go ahead.
Sorry about the southern lingo.
No, that's all right. We just got a lot of people listening right now, and I'm sure they're like, "What are wing mirrors?" Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, basically, I remember it always used to say caution. Objects may be closer than they appear. Well,
yeah.
It does not say that anymore. It says objects. Objects could be closer than they appear, something like that, you know, something different.
No, it says objects are closer than they appear.
Yeah, there's not could be. Yeah, they took that out. You're right. That's a good catch. That's international.
Yeah, well, I saw it on, you know, an ME channel, and so it made me go look at my own, what do you call it in America instead of wing mirror?
We just call them mirrors on cars. I don't know. I've never heard it called wing mirror, but I call it a side view mirror.
Oh, side mirror, yeah. Okay. What else have I noticed? Sorry, mate. Yeah, just mainly the sky changing over time. You know, it's not.
Yeah, we're gonna dive deeper into that one. Next question. So I'm gonna let you have the floor on that one. Let me move over to Cassandra. Cassandra, go ahead and tell us what country you're in and what's going on with that same question. What's relevantly changed in that culture?
Well, I am from Norway, but I grew up in Spain, so I know more about Spain than Norway. But, you know, for me, you know, even before when you told me that we're going to do this live stream, I tried to see if there was something out there from, you know, Latin American soap operas or Spanish TV shows or anything like that has changed. And pretty much nothing has changed. Even the songs that was on the TV shows, and they're exactly the same. You know, I sing myself. I love music very much, and I remember songs really well. So I had no changes for me, the soap operas, and but mostly personal stuff are, you know, people changing. I feel like if I ever before I used to talk a lot about conspiracy theories because I like stuff like that. I'm very interested in that. And people would be like interested and find it be really fun and be like, I want to hear more, blah, blah, blah. And now if I talk about it, they disagree really hard. They get really mad. They get frustrated. Like they deny it so hard now. They get really even physical, and it's quite really strange. Even the people who used to love to hear it, now they can't. It's just like it's really struggling for them to listen to it. You know, I have not seen anything in Spanish culture like The music is mostly the same, and the TV shows are pretty much the same. But in Norwegian culture as well, I've asked my friends, and they've told me some of them are, they believe in the Mandela effect, but sometimes they don't believe it as well. And they do help me to try to see if they've seen something in Norway that has changed. But now that I'm here, nothing has changed. So.
All right. Well, this is pretty interesting because part of me says there's just not as many people aware of it in these cultures that are actually looking for it. It kind of erupted here in America first, and it was easy to spot because we have a lot of people looking. And like you were saying, there's not that many people looking in India or Belgium or Spain. That might be some of it. That, if I was a one-man person trying to find Mandela effects on my own, I don't think I'd find much. I'd maybe find one or two I'd stumble across, and I'm not sure. So it's going to take some time, I think, for those ideas to spread. But one thing I think would be universal, and I'm going to go around and ask this question, is the skies have been changing a lot here. And it has been topics of entire shows for us. There's a planet that's supposed to be Venus that's super bright, and that isn't just kind of will be there for a few hours in the sky and then just disappear.
Yeah.
And then show back up. And then there's nights you go out and the entire sky is black. There's no moon or stars. And for months there was, it looked like the stars were blacked out kind of. It was like we were looking through a hazy glass. There's been some seriously weird stuff going on in the skies. I'm going to go around the room and see if you guys have been affected by that at all. So let's start in India. Back to India.
I think like last year there was a lot of sky changing or environmental changes because we faced a lot of drought situation in India. So I believe from last couple of years we are seeing some extreme weather change, and that will affect the nighttime skyline if we see if that is possible. So yeah, I believe so. Compared every year, like India is becoming more strange than what I am used to grown with. So I can definitely agree. There is definitely some change, but I don't know if it is related to Mandela effect, because Mandela effect is like a strike. It knows what it's doing, but this is very random. Like it doesn't affect it is not artificial, or I don't know. It is much broader. But in Mandela effect, we can we can pinpoint things. But here I cannot. I cannot say like, Luke, I am your father, that kind of thing. But I can definitely feel the changes. So
well, do people?
I don't know if
are people in India actually noticing the sky's different, or is it just like you? I mean, is it people that are going, yeah, the moon's crescent's backwards. What the heck's going on? Like there's been some weird stuff going on.
Yeah, that is the actually the culture in India is not to be honest, it's not more to like how I put it. It is if you are like really into all this curious nature from birth or something like that, you will be talking with your friends in that way. But most of the people are not interested. They are like going with what the government and the schools and the scientists tells us. So like in our circle, like my friends and all, we talk about it a lot. But in general, if you check the other YouTube videos or in the TV and like in movies, or people are the buzz is not there actually, to be honest. Like in US, because of chemtrails and all, like there is a lot of talk there of all the things that happens unnatural. But in India, it is very calm. There is not much. We can say it's in control actually. So.
But you're saying also that there's so much pollution that the skies are hard to see.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So people are taking it. You have to really pinpoint it. Otherwise, people will say it. Yeah, you are right. It's like pollution.
Got it.
So that is the reason sky is yellow and black like that. Yeah.
Let me jump over to Belgium. Raphael, anything different in the sky, sun, moon?
In the day sky, I haven't seen anything different. No, but in the night sky, it's winter at the moment. There isn't much opportunity to look at the night sky, but because it's usually cloudy. But I did see on clear nights that it's really that there are really fewer stars than I remember, and the moon to me, the moon looks very different. It looks like almost fake. So
Anyone talking about it besides you? That's what I'm curious is, because
No,
the sky's kind of a big
that's
one.
the problem. That is the problem. I've been trying to put out some seeds there without even trying to talk about the Mandela effect. I have been trying to talk to people and show them. One guy, I showed him like 6 different double pictures where there was the Mandela effect and the one that is now. And he kind of like pointed out always, like, we remember the Mandela pictures. And when I talked about it, when I said, you know, it's actually the other one and something is happening here, he kind of like, in a fraction of a second, kind of like shut down like a computer and booted up again. And he turned away and he went and did something different. He didn't want to know about it. And another guy, I pointed out some like the Ford logo and the Volkswagen logo, and this guy was like, "Oh my God, something's happening. My mother, she always had Ford cars, and the logo was never like that. And I'm gonna do some research." But I haven't seen him again since that. So, as I said, there are no people talking. Nobody is talking about it as if they don't want to talk about it. It's like, it's very strange. Like my own son's, like my oldest son, he still wants to go into discussion with me and try to get me back to what he probably thinks is the sane side. And the younger one, he's like, you know, my dad is going through a phase, let him have his fun.
It's a phase, you know.
How many times have I heard you are going through a phase? Like so many times.
Oh my goodness. We'll get to that at the after we get through this round of questions. That what is going to be the most frustrating thing to deal with here. We're going to come back to that. So let me jump over. Peter, you're next in line. Peter, why don't you tell us what is going on down under with the skies?
In Sweden, it has been cloudy for 5 weeks, and I just been aware of the effect since 5 weeks. So
I slipped up. I didn't mean down under. You're in Sweden. I keep mixing up where everybody's from. Sorry, my bad. I got to learn you guys. Sorry. Yeah.
So,
I had to mix up with Peter.
About the moon, I couldn't tell because last night was the first night it was clear out, and I don't experience any change in the luminosity of the stars, like you talked about, Taryn, before. They are clear as usual, but Venus, of course, is super bright and it's very close. And I checked out Venus yesterday in this one, and it's a clear crescent. It's Venus. It's nothing else. It's nothing strange with it.
It's just ultra bright right now, or
but it's super bright. It's like 7.8 or something like that. So you need sunglasses at night. The moon is intriguing me a bit because I've seen some picture and I couldn't recognize the moon. And I've been stargazing all my life since I was a kid. That's my thing. So
yeah, I thought you'd have a lot to say about this because, you know, what the big complaint people have said is, you know, every once in a while there was a Cheshire crescent on the moon, but now it's like all the time. And is that a normal thing, or has that changed? It's no longer rare. What's going on with that, astronomy guy? Take it.
I have, like I said, I haven't been able to really observe the moon because it's been so cloudy each night.
Oh, okay.
It's cloudy now, so now I can see anything again.
All right, well, watch for it next month and let me know.
Yeah, and now it's I think it's last phase now. It's all black, but it's coming back. So I check it out.
Well, I think you guys probably have some of the clearest skies in the country, in the world, right?
Yeah.
I mean, so this is pretty unusual too. It's just been a weird winter. Okay, let's jump over to Melanie. I know you're going to have a lot to say about the sky. Talk to me.
Well, yeah, firstly, the sun, I think, has definitely changed. I mean, I remember the sun being yellow. And although it would give you a blind spot, when you looked at it, you could actually look at the sun. Now the sun is like white and it's so strong, you can't even bear, I find you can't even bear to even glance at it. It's so strong. and it's definitely not right. It is rising and setting to me in slightly different and wrong place. And I've heard lots of things about the sun from other people in the world, from gardeners saying it's burning their plants, etc. The night sky, I had one occasion just after, not long after I became aware of the Mandela Effect, where I went out at night and there was no clouds. You could see some clouds right on the horizon, but other than that, there was no clouds in the sky. But not only could I not see the moon, but I couldn't see a single star. And I even rang my sister-in-law and asked her to come out and check, because she lives a few miles away, and she confirmed the same thing. And which is really odd. I've never known that before. There wasn't any clouds, and I could normally see quite a lot of stars. Venus is definitely bigger and brighter, and not sure, but the constellation Orion does look different to me. It's either in the wrong orientation, or the three stars that go across, to me, seem as if it should be the other way, as if it's a mirror image. But I can't be sure about it. It just feels wrong to me. And yeah, there's definitely a lot of changes in the sky. And the moon, I remember as a child looking at the moon and seeing a shape of what looked like a man on the moon, and that's gone. You can't see the man on the moon anymore. And so yeah, the moon has definitely changed. And I follow some things online about the moon wave, etc. And there's some very strange things that happen with the moon. Oh, and the other thing to do with the sky is, I don't know if people are aware, but for a few years now, there's been frequently all around the world, people hearing incredibly eerie, booming sounds coming from the sky. Nobody knows where they're coming from. There's loads of recordings on YouTube. Well, this actually happened in my city, I think about 10 days ago, and it was actually in the local paper, and there was a video on the Facebook page where you could hear the sound. It was quite faint, but you could definitely hear it. So
yeah, I've always heard about the boom, but I've never actually heard it on film. I'm interesting. Someone finally got it on film.
Yeah, it's all over YouTube, and it sort of sounds like a table getting dragged along the floor almost.
Oh,
yeah, and sometimes like trumpets.
For me, it's like a trumpet. Yeah, a trumpet.
Oh, wow. So you guys can hear all that. Okay. Let me jump over to Chris. Chris, give us the facts from down under here. Go ahead and take over about the sky. Sorry about that.
No worries. I noticed a change in the sky around about 2011 when I was, seeing the basically the contrails that weren't dissipating. That sort of made me get a little bit suspicious about our environment. I think our environment's more important than just material things that change, like movies and logos and all that sort of stuff. And actually that's the main thing that concerns me. But since noticing that, stars twinkle blue, white, and red for me now. Some stars do that, which is kind of strange. Don't know whether you've seen that, Taryn, before.
What I'm seeing is kind of stuff that's not even twinkling. They're just staying on, and then they'll just go off for a while and come back. It is seriously like somebody's projecting a sky and the projector's not working well. It's like glitching out here and there. Stuff will just disappear for a while and come back, and I'm like, what the hell is going on? It's very strange, and I think I'm just in a weird spot because not everybody in America sees it. Like, they'll be like, oh, I'm a few states away, and that's not happening here. And I'm like, man, it's happening here. It's because I'm way out in the mountains. There's really not light pollution here, and it shouldn't look like this.
It shouldn't be a problem. Yeah.
No.
And what else I noticed is, of course, is the crescent on the moon has changed. It used to be on its side, and now it's starting to go towards the underneath of the moon. And as Melanie said, the sun is way, way brighter, and I think that's actually causing, my personal opinion, the sun is resonating at a higher frequency, and it's altering us. That's my theory.
All right, let me jump over to Cassandra and see what's going on.
Yes, well, I live very close by.
Yeah, tell us where you're from again.
Sea.
Sorry,
I'm from Norway, but I live in Spain.
Yeah, guys, remember that there's people coming and going constantly on this show. We're up to about 200 viewers right now live, which means really there's about 500 that have come and gone. So please just keep repeating where you're from. And you can interact with them, by the way, in the chat. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so I grew up in Spain, so I know mostly the Spain stuff more than Norway, but anyways. I live very, very close by to the sea. So there's not much light in that area where I live. So I can see the stars quite clear. Like, I don't get how people say, you know, I don't see stars and stuff like that online. And for me, they've never been clearer ever. One of the things that was like, I was a little bit thought it was really strange was that bright light that came out of nowhere, the star. And I used to ask, you know, people what that was, and people would just say it's a new satellite has come up there, and it's just closer to Earth, or maybe it's Google Earth, or etc. And I wouldn't believe that. So I was like, no, I don't think so. Also because the thing is that it's there, but then it disappears. Like, it comes by quite close to where I live. I see it really close, and then all of a sudden it's gone, like within 3 hours. I also see like really clear, like orange stars. I don't know if it's a planet Mars, but I don't think I can see Mars from here. But I see it really clear as well, the orange stars. Yeah.
Yeah, you can see Mars
the
from
moon.
Spain.
Yeah.
There's more than one orange star though, which I've noticed, which I forgot to mention.
Yeah,
so,
I saw two as well. Yeah. And I can see it clear being orange. But I do notice that the stars, they don't seem like blinking. They see like more like a wave. Like as if it was underwater. I don't know if that have you guys seen something like that? But mostly for me, you know, since I live in Spain and in summer it's extremely hot. But for 2 years ago, it was so hot. And I noticed that the sun was bright white. It was not orange at all. And people didn't want to go out because it was too warm. And it was like the hottest summer ever in history in Spain. And this is when I started noticing things changing as well because of the sun that was like white. I couldn't even have my own sunglasses on because it was too bright. Something else, the moon for me has also changed. Not like yesterday I came from Spain to Norway and I was flying at night, so I was looking out the window and the moon was different. It was looking like it was like a computer design. It didn't look real. It was like a digital, you know, like I don't know how to describe it. It didn't seem real. It was somebody who just designed it from his computer and it was just there. And I'm like, what is that? Is that really the moon?
Yeah, it's a lot of people, if you look on YouTube, will say like recently the moon in the sky, it literally looks like somebody's just projecting it up into the sky and covering up the real sky. Like it looks like a bad wave.
Lunar wave.
Yeah, lunar waves and like craters will just glitch out and appear somewhere else and come back and move, and you're like, what is going on? So, you know, maybe the sky is getting covered up, but or it is Mandela Effect stuff. It could be, you know, that two realities are ripping up and we're seeing two moons, and you know. Go ahead.
There's also the moment where people talk about Nibiru. Nibiru is how you call it? Yep. Yeah, and I have seen it once, and it was really overwhelming. I was like, what am I seeing? And I was actually filming it, and I couldn't even catch it well on my phone, but it was something there that was as bright as the sun, and it really shook me because I was like, am I seeing double? Is something weird with my eyes?
Wait, it looked like the sun? It looked like there's two suns?
No, it was like a small little round in the corner, but it was as bright as the sun because I couldn't see it, but I saw it was something on the side of it.
Wow, it was just like throwing light out like the sun, and it was in the sun. I hadn't seen it. I didn't know anyone actually seen the thing. Everybody sees like the bright star.
Is there an extra something that is like hidden behind the sun? I don't know how to describe it, but and people would be like, this is Nibiru, the Nibiru planet that is like a hidden secret from NASA, and I was just so curious about, you know, that. And since you, what is your name? The Swedish guy, Peter. Since you see the stars and stuff, is this real? Is there a Nibiru?
No, I can't see that anywhere, so I don't know what you've been seeing. I have looked at the sun, I have tried to see everything, but I can't see anything here.
I'm starting to think it's just like patches of this, like these areas are localized that something's going on. Because I'm telling you that I don't know if you've looked at my channel, but I have videos where I go out and I show you the sky and like all the stars are gone. And so I put up videos of what I see, and then people down the road will be like, no, that's not what it looks like, you know, a couple states away. So I'm starting to think that maybe these are just localized patches of problems in the sky. Like they're maybe, like you're saying, if they're trying to hide Nibiru, that they're just projecting over that area at that time or something. I don't know, because it's weird that not all of us are having
also
the same
the
effects.
chemtrail.
Yeah, that's
The chemtrail trying to hide everything in the sky, that there will be times when the sky is so blue and so bright, I can see everything, and then all of a sudden it's just like decorated with with just this cloud that is just not real and just disappearing everything that you can see up in the sky.
Yeah, it's really interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to jump back to India here, and we are going to talk about one thing I think that all of us have mentioned or somewhat is that the world map's changed. And unfortunately, I'm not that good at geography. I know the U.S. and I kind of know some bordering stuff. I kind of have some good ideas of what it used to look like in my mind. But some of you guys know your geography very well, and especially around your countries. We're going to go through the panel and talk about if the map has changed and if anyone in your country is actually talking about it or noticing it. Let's start in India.
Just a moment. Are you hearing me? Am I back?
Yeah, Raphael, you're here.
Yeah.
Look, I moved downstairs. If there's too much noise, please tell me, okay?
Okay. I'll give you the heads up. You can always mute it if you're not sure, and then just unmute it for questions.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. You're fine right now, though. So let's go over to India. The question was, world map changed. Map, especially locally, is something happened in India or Sri Lanka, right around there? Like, what's going on?
Yeah. Definitely, like I'm near Sri Lanka, actually in southern part of India. So definitely the maps, like Sri Lanka is way up, slightly up north than it is supposed to be when we were kids, and the maps, the globe map, you know, that was shown to us. So, but specifically, I want to, like, you know, what got me going was with regards to Cuba, you know, so because from like school days onwards, I was very enthusiastic on maps, so that was my thing. So if you ask me where is Lithuania, Estonia, Slovakia, so from childhood onwards I used to, you know, I figure it out, it will be there. So every 5-6 years some news will come from Cuba, you know. First it was with the Bay of Pigs invasion, and then it was like a Cuban missile crisis. Then there was being a small country and like India being far away from North America, we always have this news about how Cuba is standing up to a superpower, America. So then when I look into the map, it was just a tiny dot, you know. So I think like the Mandela effect, like this is what I think is like, if you are passionate about some things, like if you are totally obsessed with a thing, then you will start seeing Mandela effect. If you are just casual to a certain things in life, you will not notice the subtle changes, you know. Like Cuba thing happened to me, like every 5 years, 10 years there is a news regarding Cuba and America. Like now there was like during 9/11 there was Guantanamo Bay. So I used to think like how big is Cuba to, you know, take the Russian nuclear missiles, and then Fidel Castro, Che Guevara, Bay of Pigs invasion. There was a lot of news, but it was just a tiny dot. And then suddenly, like couple of years back, when I looked into Google Maps, it was like very big. I was shocked, like how big can Cuba be? Otherwise I would not have this pattern of thoughts. Like, so this is very clear in my memory. I used to think, how is Cuba able to stand like against a giant superpower like America? It is just a tiny island. But now if we look into the map, it's actually, you can measure it, it's 700 miles. It's actually the size of Florida.
Yeah, it's like you can swim to it now. It's really, it seems to me like it's closer, a lot closer.
It's very close actually. And the Caribbeans, we in India we play cricket game, and lot of cricket like sports personality come from that region. Jamaica, like Usain Bolt and all, like, so that island has totally changed, you know. So that was the thing that got me going with Mandela effect. and especially Cuba was the awakening. But I noticed that Sri Lanka has moved, New Zealand and Australia have moved, and Morocco, and the distance between Morocco and Spain, there was a lot of refugees moving here and there. But that the distance has just between Morocco and France has become just 40 kilometers, like 20 miles. So it's very, very close. Like people can swim. Earlier it was like, I feel 500 kilometers, like 200 miles wide. So Europe and Africa have become much closer. So there is a lot of changes because being into maps, I was totally surprised. So yeah, I think everything has changed.
There's a question about, is there any
maps.
new animals or creatures showing up in India? Marvin Cameron's asking a question in the chat. You're getting a lot of comments in the chat, by the way, if you're not watching it. So now, they all love your accent.
But not really. But I have lived in Philippines. There are a lot of new animals showing up. I was in the Philippines for some time, but Philippines is seeing a lot of animals. There was recently a white blob thing came out of Philippines. You can just search in Google. A giant white blob showed up in the shores after earthquake. So in Philippines, every year they are discovering new creatures. But in India, like sea creatures or animals, not, I think so. So yeah, not with regards to animal life. But definitely map, they have changed it. I can feel it. And the thing is, it's so subtle. I really feel that someone is actively working on it. The Mandela effect doesn't feel natural to me, because it's too brilliant. And the changes are like, there is no single mistake, because like if you see Luke, I am your father, no, I am your father. If it was like Chris, or if it was Sunil, like if it was some other name, like Russian name, everyone would agree. So I feel there is a agenda behind it as well, to divide humanity further, because we are always fighting with our neighbors and friends. So it's too subtle. Even we cannot pinpoint it. Okay, Luke, I am your father. No, though they will always say no. It was always no. I'm your father. But you will say no. I know. I'm very passionate about Star Wars. It was Luke, I'm your father. But it's too subtle. So I don't think there is
It's like
some
the
natural...
JFK having 6 people in the car. Like that's not even a car then. It's always supposed to be for 4 people, not 6. It's really strange
so if
to me.
If it was 20, then the debate would be over. We won't be here debating it, because it's clear it's affecting everyone. But they only pieces of chess, so it's very confusing and subtle. If you are not obsessed with something in life, I don't think you will notice the changes. If you are casually, that's
actually a really good point, because it is people that are obsessed with movies or culture. I've watched Star Wars 100 times, or I've watched Jaws 100 times, but the things like the world changing, the continents is a really hard one for me to just brush under the rug that's fake memory. Like I don't remember South America being out in the middle of the ocean. I remember it being tucked under the Northern America. I don't remember it being what is it, like 300 or 400 miles more east. It looks very weird to me, and it's hard for me. And what about Sri Lanka? Isn't Sri Lanka different now? Isn't it bigger? Or
it's bigger, and it's moved a lot up. Then because Sri Lanka and India had like 20 to 30 years of written history, because one of our god, like Ram, he went to rescue her like wife Sita. So we have been following Sri Lanka from past 10 to 20,000 years. So we already have a map of it. But now it has shifted top. But people are not too much. People can feel it, but they cannot relate it to being Mandela effect or this phenomenon. But definitely I can say for sure that the maps have changed, because I am obsessed with maps, and I have like certain liking to searching things in map before Google Maps came. So I can definitely say things have changed in Asia for sure.
Okay. So let's go down the line. We're going to finish with these questions. There's people that want to jump in and ask questions. And just like every show, I'm going to focus on my panelists first. When we're done talking about this, I'm going to open the floor and you can jump in and ask your question. So just be patient with me. I keep seeing people wanting to jump in and ask you guys stuff, but we're not done talking about the world changes yet. So Raphael, you're next in line. I'd like to know if you guys have noticed anything in your area on the map, and specifically what's going on with that.
I actually haven't noticed any changes in Belgium or Holland, but I did see some changes. Like Iceland seems farther away than it used to be, and I actually have made a video about that for some, like I thought it was residual that I found, because I have in my kitchen, I have two maps, one from Europe and one from the world. And they're both from National Geographic. And on the one that says Europe, if you count the scale, it's like 753 kilometers away. And when you measure it out on the world map, it's like 1,250 kilometers away. So it's not just 100 kilometers that you can, you know, you measured it 1 millimeter off. No, it's actually almost, it's 1.6 times farther away than on the European map. What I also noticed is that Italy seems rather strange to me. It seems like in an angle where I sort of remember it was more straight down. You know, changes like that. You say you mentioned yourself South America. I really remember this. You know, under the USA, Australia, something happened there, But I also, you know, when you browse the YouTube channels and when you specifically browse them for changes, geographical changes, some people say that there are 6 different people from 6 different worlds who actually remember 6 different map configurations, and that's kind of mind-boggling to me if that would be true. So. I mean, I think it's strange. I think it's very strange, and I think something is going on.
Yeah, that is some weird ones for sure. Let's jump over to our next guest here. Peter, let's see what you think.
Yeah, the map is screwed up. It's not like it should be, or it's my mind. I don't know. I think everyone is questioning their mind. The map changes are huge. Chris, Australia, you're not living in Australia. If you live in the northern part, then you're in the sea right now, because you should be down south. And South America is off, and the country of Mauritania in Africa, I never heard of, and I've been right next to it. So
well, you're the closest to the North Pole. What happened to the North Pole?
The North Pole is still there, because that's a point. But
Santa's still there, isn't he?
Everybody's upset about Santa. Where's Santa go now? Has he got a submarine? What's Santa doing?
No, he's landing on the ice. The ice cap is there, but on the maps, on Google Maps and stuff like that, they only show sea bottom floor. So they don't show ice if there's no land there. And I learn and teach in school that there's no landmass in the North Pole. You can take a submarine and go under it. So that's nothing strange to me. And Svalbard, people talk about, it's never heard of. I heard of it all my life. So that's nothing strange with that. But I don't know if you've seen my YouTube video on the map changes. I just a couple of days ago walked into this store who sells posters, framed posters of different kinds, and I found this. This is an American patent from 1888, and it's for a swivel on the globe. But it has a world map that lines up Florida north of South America. And you don't even, let's see, here, Alaska has no 2 bays in it. So it's not like a number 3 there anymore. I can drop the link in the chat so you can see them, because I found the actual patent, filed patent on Google. So I can drop the link in so you can watch this actual map. And I think, why, if you're a guy in 1888 and applying for a patent on a swivel, why would you put on a map that is so off?
Yeah, that's a time period where they knew where North and South America were. That wasn't really a big debate anymore.
No, in my video on my YouTube clip, I also bring up a map from 1854 that everything is exactly like it is today. So the map that you have at that time should be correct. So this one is way off, but it's perfect aligned with my memory. So
Right.
I'm just going to drop the link in a few minutes in the chat room, so you can see it for yourself.
Yeah, please do. Any of you guys with channels, please go promote them in the chat room. Feel free to drop all the links you want. And I really, if I have you a guest on, that means I like your channel and I want to promote it. So if you guys like my channel, you'll probably like their channels. Go check them out. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to run you out. I thought you were done there, Peter. Did you have anything else you want to finish with?
Yeah, we have the map changes. They are so disturbing to me. So they are like, I'm like actually questioning my own sanity here. But it seems like almost everyone have the same issues with the map and the same memory. So that's strange. If we would have had all different memories, it should be that South America should have been out in like beside of Australia or something like that. But it's not. Everyone's memory is pretty much the same. So I really don't know.
It's just, I was trying to find some common ground, and I think we all, a map is a good place to start for everybody around the world. And so let me jump over to Mel, let her have her chance to speak. Melanie, go ahead and take it away on the maps.
Well, I agree with most of what is said about what's wrong with the map. You know, the obvious ones, South America, Australia. To me, Australia's definitely be further south. I remember New Zealand being in the northeast. And I do have a vague memory from, I think from my childhood, that there was a landmass, a smaller island to the west of Australia. And I have seen some residual evidence of that. And I mean, at first I questioned, is this just that Google's updating it? Is it because now maybe they've got new satellites, or they're just updating the map? But I was given a glass globe as a present many years ago. And I recently got it out and had a look at it. And it seems to have changed to match the current map. Almost. Australia's still a little bit further away, but it's not as south as it should be. And so then I questioned, well, is it just in my mind then? Is the maps not changing? But people have proven and shown that the maps are changing, because I know there are people who are using tracing paper and other technology on a computer that are actually outlining features on the map, specifically in North America, and then they're showing it changing as things are moving. Lakes are getting bigger, changing shape. So if that's happening and my globe has changed, it's a bit like the Bible changes. So I can't explain it, but things are definitely wrong and definitely changing, without a doubt. And I'm not the only one who's seen that. I won't say who, but somebody I know who actually first mentioned the Mandela Effect to me. I know that they also agree with that the map is wrong and the changes that we all agree shouldn't be there. So they agree with it as well.
All right, let me jump it over to Chris. And before we really dive into Chris here, I'm going to have to bring this up since he's here. I'm going to screen share something. And if you notice, hopefully you guys are seeing this now. It's the international chat. This is the invitation. This is the thumbnail for the story. But do you notice the globe? Mm-hmm. Do you see something next to Australia there that maybe shouldn't be there?
Yeah.
What is that? So
I'm not seeing it on mine. Sorry.
Oh, are you not seeing the? Look on your Google Hangout. You'll see. Can you guys see it? What I'm talking about right now?
Yeah.
Yeah. I can see it. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So hopefully the audience will see that this thing here next to Australia, this big landmass. I've got a picture of a globe that's a little blurry. I mean, it's the best one I could find. And that's the best residual globe I've seen, the picture out there. So let's talk about that. And also, obviously, I want you to talk about all the changes from down under. So Chris, you're on.
Yeah, still having. I'm on a tablet, unfortunately, because my laptop broke down a couple of weeks ago.
Oh,
so
yeah.
I'm using a
I lost your
rubbish
picture
tablet.
there. It's okay. We can hear your voice, so keep going.
Yep. Yeah, basically, I've never noticed any change in the maps whatsoever, and I find it really strange how people think that New Zealand used to be northeast of Australia. Like, it never appeared to be like that in when I lived in New Zealand. And the reason why I moved to Australia is to escape the colder weather because it's more north. So yeah, the fact that people said that they remember New Zealand being northeast of Australia is very bizarre to me. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a woman that's always in the chat room. Her name's Cherry to Faith, and she's from New Zealand, and she just is like, no, it's never moved. But for us, I remember New Zealand being in a little different spot. So maybe it's like cultural. I don't know, because or maybe our maps were wrong, or
yeah.
I don't know. But
possibly, maybe they're trying to confuse you guys and dumb you down like Common Core in mathematics. Well,
you guys, fair enough, true. Well, you guys are, from that country, so obviously everybody always asks this. What about the people that are in these countries? Do they notice? And I'm wondering, because you guys are very aware of the Mandela effect, everything else, how come you don't notice that? Because you're in it. And so, like, I don't really notice that the U.S. hasn't changed that much, but some people say, like, Michigan's a bigger state now. And I don't know, maybe it affects us differently if we're localized in that area. It's weird that, you wouldn't remember New Zealand being there, but I have a pretty clear memory of it. It's weird. All right, I didn't mean to cut you off, but that was an important rant.
No, you're right. No problem.
Go ahead. Keep going.
Yeah, the other part with the landmass off to the west, I've never seen on maps before, but I wouldn't discount it because it's probably underwater now. So, yeah. But I've never seen a map of the western parts.
Yeah, I wish you could see this map, because I'm going to stick it back up again for people that are watching. They're like flipping out about it.
I'm in the wrong chat room.
Yeah, go hit the Google Hangout one there, and not.
Yeah, is it Afterglow or the other one?
No Hangout. I'm sorry. The one we're actually talking in, the one that you called in and talked in, where, the presentation's going on. It doesn't matter. You should see it on either spot. Right now, you should see it on the channel itself. If you're watching the live stream, you should see it. I'm hoping the audience can see.
I'm just seeing a black screen.
Audience, let me know if you guys can see this, what I'm talking about, this live. You guys can see it. Okay. So I think it's just a problem with his feed.
Yeah.
All right, then.
Yeah,
okay.
He's from the affected area, so.
That's right. You're not allowed to see it.
It's hiding the truth from me.
Yeah. Okay. So I appreciate we going around the world. Unfortunately, I think we lost Cassandra. She just disappeared. We're getting to the point of the show where I'm going to open it up to some questions in a little bit. And before that, though, is there anything you guys want to add on these topics, the sky, your country, the world map? I'm going to let you have the floor for a few more minutes, and I'm going to step back and just let you talk. And then after you're done, I'm going to send out some emails to some people that want to join in and ask questions. If you are wanting to come in and ask questions, here are the rules of the game. You must wear a headset. I do not want to hear reverbs, children, barking dogs, whatever. It has to be, go to a quiet environment and try to do that. I can't put you on if there's like you have a bad mic and it's all hissy and you're speaking in a cell phone that doesn't work. Something. So yeah, there you go. So
I just had some.
Be respectful of that, because there's hundreds of people watching and they don't want to hear, like a noisy area. The other thing is, I don't like profanity on my show, so don't come on and cuss like a sailor. I'd appreciate you not doing that. And that's about it. And when you come on, just be quiet and wait until we call on you, because one of the guests will be like talking. Some guests come on and they're like, "Hey, I'm here, everybody," and cuts off in the middle of why somebody's talking about something really important. So just come in and be polite. And I'll ask a question. You'll say your piece, and try not to say more than 3 or 4 minutes. Don't come in and just like hijack the show. Okay. So let me go send out the invites to the people that want to get on.
I just have a technical thing to add. The link I tried to provide in the chat, it didn't work on the actual YouTube live stream.
Yeah, I've
Google-
noticed that
blocked-
recently too. Yeah,
Okay.
with YouTube.
Google
I've
blocked
been,
the
sorry.
links.
Either.
Whoa, somebody's got double mic on. Say that again. So,
Google blocked the link
oh,
because
let me see if I can post it.
yeah, you have it there, so
I'll see if
it's
this
to
link
the
works.
page and for the image.
Maybe they don't let PNGs come out. I linked it. If you guys
Also
can
the
see
link
it.
as well.
Maybe that works. I don't know. If not, I definitely know it'll work in the chat area after the show. We're going to go to a chat room and I can post it there. Or I can even post it in the, I think I can post it in the comments under when the story's all done. The way these live feeds work is if you guys want to come back, say you came in half the show and you want to watch the rest of it, it will replay, but it takes like a half hour to an hour to process. So if you immediately go back to the show on my page, it'll just be weird. It'll be like missing an hour or two. It takes a little bit to process, but if you give it an hour and come back or a half hour, it usually is up and everything's working in the comments and it's just like a regular story. But until it catches up with the video, sometimes it can take a little while. But the flip side is we do try to keep the conversation going in some chat rooms. I'm going to talk about that at the end of the show because we're going to be moving some of our stuff in some chat rooms away from Google Hangouts to a more secure private or chat. So we've been working on that behind the scenes. Okay, I've talked enough. I'm going to let my guest talk, and then I'm going to go invite some people in. So guest, talk amongst yourselves.
Oh.
I'd like to say that actually I was watching, I found there are a couple of other British people I found doing Mandela Effect videos. And one of them I came across was a man who lives in London. He's lived in London all his life. And he is convinced that Heathrow Airport has moved for him. And it's to do with the M5 motorway. He believes it was on the other side, and he's lived there all his life, so he's absolutely convinced. I mean, I don't know London very well, so and I don't go out driving around or anything much, so I don't see anything myself. But you know, that's, I think it's quite significant because it might tally in with because London's in the southeast of England, and my memory is the southeast was a different shape, it's slightly bigger. That might tie into that as to why Heathrow Airport has moved.
You know, Heathrow moving, that would be very significant because I've been there once, and it's a very big airport. It's a very large airport. So that moving, it's kind of surprising that not more people noticed that. So
yeah. I mean, I've done really good searching for YouTube videos on it. I've got my main channels that I watch, and so there might be more people that have noticed it. I'm not sure.
Oh,
yeah. Regarding the
I do have to say, I'm sorry, one sec. Anyone that wants to get in, I'm dropping my email right now. You'll email me for the link if you want to ask this international panel some questions. Okay, go ahead, take over, Sunli.
Yeah, actually, I was researching on this map changing because how are they able to change the Google Maps and recent map? So one guy who was watching my video, he told that he had a globe in his. After he watched my video, he looked into the globe and the maps have changed, like the Cuba maps and everything. He was very shocked. So I was like researching on, I don't know if you guys know about Al Balik, the Philadelphia experiment scientist in US. They created a time traveling tunnel and with the ships. So if you read his interview, actually he talks a lot about time travel, and he says that if the US government, they even a lot of alien contactees, they talk that US government already has time travel technology. So what he says is that if you change something in the past, they have to only change the one map, so if they change that mother map, the single map, everything else changes automatically. So they don't have to come to your house and change the globe, or they don't have to go to Google software. They have to only change the one map. So it's the same with Bernstein Bears or like Ford logo or logos of lot of brands. If they change the one map, one logo, all the logos will automatically change. So that's the strange thing, that they don't have to do it one by one.
You think that there's that they can hack reality, that they have just like a master map, and then that feeds it to everything else? I mean, it would make a little more efficiency.
Yeah, but the weird thing is, sorry to interrupt, Sunil. The weird thing is, people have got different realities still. So if that was the case, it would have changed for everybody. But people have got different memories and stuff like that. So only part things have changed.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
And the maps are continuing to change as well in slow increments.
Yeah, I have this. I'm subscribed to this channel called Lone Eagle. He's in Canada, I think, and he goes almost daily on Google Earth, and he traces all kinds of things, and he kind of finds new islands like weekly.
Yeah, I was talking to him a long time ago. The Groxt, yeah. Is that the guy? The Groxt?
No, it's the Lone Eagle.
It's called Lone Eagle.
Okay,
Yeah.
so it must be another guy that does it. Okay.
I'm sorry, I want to interrupt for 1 sec because this keeps coming up in the chat room. The Berenstain Bears, is that just an American thing, or do you guys even know? Like, so many people got brought in by these darn bears.
I never heard of it.
You've never heard of that? That's
Never heard of them.
A world thing.
I also never heard. I'm sorry.
Okay, I used to watch the Berenstain Bears when I was in the 80s, early 80s. I would go home after my paper round, dropping off papers, at about 5 o'clock in the morning. I'd go each Saturday and watch the morning kids show, and the Berenstain Bears used to be on there, and they were definitely EIN on the end.
I'm just wondering because, I would say those bears brought more people into the Mandela Effect than anything else, those damn bears.
I have a small thing to add about that. I talked about it yesterday with our little interview, Dr. Lupo. I was making a main channel video for my other channel on the Berenstain Bears, and I was writing my script, and the autocorrect of my computer actually flagged Bernstein with AI as the wrong way to write it.
It's funny, the autocorrects are still stuck in some of the old reality. The autocorrect, it's great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
think also this is something to do with the...
Yeah,
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, no, go ahead.
Are you sure? Go ahead.
No,
I think it is also to do with the division of America, because in India, we are feeling that Americans have been isolated, with all this stuff. So you guys are being built up in a loop. So I was reading a article on Daily Mail. They wrote that Trump has banned BBC, New York Times, and Daily Mail. This is a UK, Daily Mail is UK, and it has 5,000 comment. I was talking to my brother that they are creating a dictator out of Trump, like what happened to Iraq, they are doing to America, So I think Mandela Effect also plays into that. So if you talk to a non-American who doesn't involved in Mandela Effect, so they will just say, oh, look at this, Americans are they are going crazy. They are totally out of reality with the rest of the world, So they are creating an environment of isolation as well. First, this is a direct assault on...
We giggle because you're right.
Yeah, free.
That's true. We definitely are in our own arrogant loop over here. The U.S. I am not proud of this country's government policies in the way they.
Trump is acting like a dictator.
They act better than the rest of the world.
So.
Well, the fart government.
Yeah.
I think it's the perception they are creating. So if nobody likes, so they want to. I think divide and rule is still the game. So the perception is totally changed about America in the last 2-3 years. So we already know America and Americans are different. So, but more and more people, if I talk to people in India, they used to like America a lot. But recently, yesterday, one Indian guy was shot dead in US. So there was a lot of anger in India. So people, I think there is some isolation game going on. It is becoming, people have the same perception of what we had with Saddam Hussein, like Trump. If you read the comments, people are all saying he's becoming like a dictator. He's banning all the news channels and all. So there is a very negative paranoia also. So if we bring in Mandela Effect to the world, they will totally go crazy on it. So it's a very subtle game I think they are playing on America, because we should all feel Mandela Effect in the same, with same intensity. Not sure what their game is with America and this.
But you got to understand that I think this is something that happens with all of our countries. America has this thing where you're brought up in this super worship the state. As a little kid, you're supposed to put your hand and pledge allegiance to a flag when you don't even understand what it means. You know, like we have this USA #1 attitude, and unfortunately, it's not good because it creates this ego that, you know, they're better than everybody else and they're the best country. But we have probably some of the worst problems in the world, and
Yes, very true.
and we just ignore that. So it's a very cultural thing that's ingrained by our government here to worship the government and go to the government for all your answers and your knowledge. And all of our schools are run by the government, and you know, it's go government here. And what happens is, unfortunately, the government does horrible, evil things. It starts fights with all these other countries. It interferes with their governments. And then, like, we'll get attacked by terrorists, and we're like, geez, where did that come from? Why did we deserve that? And it's like, man, for 30 years, we pulled their dictators out and put our own in, and we've done this horrible foreign policy, and we made ourselves a policeman of the world to, you know, without anybody's okay, we just forced our way into all these other countries, and they wonder why the world hates us. It's like,
yeah,
on,
I feel
you know,
I feel sorry for you guys, because it's
really
actually
hard
the military-industrial complex that's doing it.
Yeah,
but it's not. That's it. It's not really like when I always. It's this talk I'm trying to get out of my vocabulary. I don't say like. When I refer to the country, I don't say our government or our. It's not my government. It's a bunch of strangers that are making decisions to bomb people.
And sometimes,
I'm not part of that. I'm not going to keep saying our government and our country, because it's not. And I think I'm embarrassed of our foreign policy. Really embarrassed. You see, I just said it again. Our foreign policy, their foreign policy. I'm embarrassed of it. And I think with the Mandela effect, the reason I went on this rant here is because with the Mandela effect, I think it's bringing some international people together. There's a lot of international people on my channel, and they're also in the same boat. Their government does stuff that they don't agree with, and they get lumped in. And I think we have to, as a community, stop lumping ourselves in and saying our government, we're government, our country, because it ends up being ultimately negative. It's like, you know, we're trying to vibrate higher and be better people.
I actually have
got to shake off the parasites.
Yeah. Okay. Well, go ahead. You might be from a good country. Go ahead, Raphael.
I actually have a piece of disturbing information for you guys. I actually work for the government. Not in a governing position. I'm actually a garbage collector. I drive a truck. I have 2 men with me, and we go past container parks, and we take
Raphael, that's not it. There's lots of good people. Listen, wait a sec. I got to interject, because there's lots of good people that work for the government. There's teachers and firemen and all this stuff. And that's a whole discussion for my other show on Tuesdays, where we really kind of dive into more liberty ideas and that. So I don't blame someone for being a cog in this, but just realize you are a cog in this, and try to separate yourself from that other evil thing that's causing all these problems in other countries. I am not part of this government. I don't want to be. You know, I don't want to be associated with all those evil things they do.
But I do have problems with how our government and how most governments are dealing with things. And I don't think it's the concept of the government that's bad. I think the people who are in it are bad. And I think we have to move into not a controlling government, but a guiding government. You know, who guides us into a peaceful society, or a society where we can live together. But these days, the government, all they do is control people, or try to control people.
And all the secrets, all they withhold information. I think CERN and quantum computers are actually just still a guise. I think they've got way better technology than what they're putting out, and they will always hide it. But let's hope for disclosure soon, guys.
No, let's I'm going to say this. I'm going to keep it positive, because that's my own fault for ranting. But but around the world, what is you guys' opinion? Do you trust your governments, or are they hiding stuff like you're saying? Do you feel the same way Americans do about that?
Yeah, I think Yeah, in Britain, it's definitely like that. I think the majority of people do not trust the government at all. I don't think many people are aware of the, I never forget, I always forget the name for it, the military-industrial complex, the Illuminati or the Cabal or whatever you want to call them. I don't think many people are aware of that, but most people, I don't think, trust the government, where everyone knows they lie through their teeth. And the amount of, there's an exception, but the amount of, what's the word, disassociation? I don't think that's the right word, but the amount of people who really don't want anything to do with politics, don't want to know anything, don't vote, it's really high in Britain. So, yeah, it's definitely.
Yeah, I think, Melanie, that's something that's coming with this Mandela effect, and I encourage all the time. I'm like, just step out of it. It's all bread and circus. It's not real.
Hi.
I'm curious.
I got lost. I'm sorry.
You're back. I hear you. Just mute out first.
Okay, sorry.
Cassandra, I'll bring you back in a sec. Mute out for a sec, and I'll call on you in a sec. I wanted to hear what man, I can't say your name right. Help me out.
Yeah, you can say India.
Sunil. No, it's important. I want to say it right. I feel like an idiot that I can't say it. Sunil. Yeah, Sunil. Okay, Sunil. Why don't you give us, because India is probably the most bureaucratic country in the world.
Definitely.
What is the opinion there? Is it starting to change? Do they trust their government?
Yeah, because like if we want to understand India, like it's a continuous, it is the only, I feel, continuous civilization that follows like 10,000-year-old history. Like if you look into Egyptian history, like there is a disconnect. Like people are not following the pharaoh culture in Egypt, like in South America the Mayan cultures are not being followed, but in India people still follow that age-old custom and culture. So when this like external government, like this is a Western system that we are following in India, like democracy, liberalism, and communism also is there in India, and justice system. We had like for past 10,000 years, we had a totally different culture revolving around spirituality. So our government was actually the gurus, the yoga teachers, and also when India was invaded, everything became 180-degree opposite. So now the problem is people, there is a disconnect between what are real Indians and what this a big gigantic government is, and they want power every day for themselves more and less power for Indians. So we are like stuck in hell, it seems, most of the time, because we don't have a say like in most countries. That is the reason I want to, like, if I go to a news channel and if I say that there is a Mandela effect, I don't think I will go much further than even having a time in this chat room, because they will just shut me down, because they will say, where is the proof? Government doesn't approve it. They have a bunch of scientists there. They will look into the video and that it is not collaborating with our own scientific evidence. And what is your qualification? They follow their own procedure. So there will not be even a healthy debate, So I cannot come with an alternative theory in India, but I think it's possible in Europe or America.
You got to back up for a sec. Are you saying that your internet's still censored there? Like you could put up videos and the government would take it down?
Yeah, if I criticize a lot about this present government, it will be taken down. If I criticize the new government on certain policies, if I say something bad about the present government, I will have a bunch of trolls, and eventually they will complain to YouTube and it will be taken out. So
wow.
It is not that free.
I didn't know that. What is interesting though is you have a culture of nonviolence, is what I preach and what we try to live. Gandhi was a huge thing there, and everybody knows Gandhi, and he preached nonviolent resistance. And one of the things I'm really proud about India is the government will go pass all these laws, and the citizens just ignore them and do whatever they want. And like they'll just go run a business.
I will come to the Gandhi.
It's nonviolent resistance. But go ahead.
Yeah, but Gandhi was not. Gandhi, if I tell you the truth, it will be a shocker to most, because Gandhi is exactly not loved by people of India. Actually, he is kind of a, the agent of British, because the number one hero of India that even now we like he was, people may not have heard of outside India, it's Bhagat Singh. So in India, we have 7 movies of Bhagat Singh, that how much popular Bhagat Singh that guy was, who was a true freedom fighter, killed by the elites. And Gandhi lived for a long time, and for his movies only 2 movies are made. But for Bhagat Singh we have 7 movies, because whenever Bhagat Singh movie come, the theater and movie hall is completely booked. It is like full show for me, and the producers make millions. But when a Gandhi movie comes, anything comes to Gandhi, people feel he has sold out to the British Empire, and they push us into his non-violence thing. But many people don't know that when Gandhi was like the leader of India, he pushed Indians to go to war with British, like German. So Indian actually, there are 100,000 Indians died during World War I and World War II, because Gandhi promoted. He was like the man of peace for the world media, but actually he was recruiting like soldiers for British army.
Well,
So
there's no doubt. There's no doubt that we get a washed and censored version, and we think, in the rest of the world, that Gandhi's some sort of hero because we know about this nonviolence. But who are you saying is more accurate in the culture to teach to that sort of nonviolent resistance? You're saying Gandhi really wasn't the man, that there was that's not a real. It's been faked and censored and made into something.
Because India, like Gandhi took like 100. We could have got independence like within couple of years, because if there were violence, but they postponed it. Because if you look into Indian history, Indian mythology, all gods in India, have weapons in their hand. So they don't take BS from like no nonsense gods we have. So that is totally opposite to actually our culture. As I made a video on that, we are allowed to be defense. We are allowed to be self-defenseful. So if an external enemy attack, we are supposed to defend ourselves. But that theory was totally taken out of context, and Gandhi came with non-violence. Non-violence is good, but it is good it is not selectively good. One time when we rise up against the British Empire during those days, he told not to fight. Then he was recruiting like soldiers to fight in World War I and World War II. You can actually research it, how much soldiers died in World War.
We can go. So I think check out the video. You made a video about this on your page, so we can take that. I was trying to tie it into the Mandela effect, as in I thought India, since they're a highly spiritual community, would be less violent. And as I try to, in my personal life, move towards nonviolence every day, I think, how can you vibrate higher, and how can you ascend to a better place or get out of karma if you're participating in violence? Those things don't match.
That is one part of dharma. But I'm telling in the context of Indian history. But what you mentioned is very true. In Indian spirituality, we promote nonviolence, but that nonviolence was actually hijacked. But without spirituality, non-violence, they twisted the truth. Actually, that's what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
So I cannot. So that is. It's very confusing.
I appreciate that. I didn't want to go completely down this, but while we opened it, I had to finish it. Let me pull it back to the Mandela effect. But we definitely need to have another interview. You need to come on my Tuesday night shows once in a while. All right, Cassandra, I'm going to bring you back because you got dropped before you had a chance to finish your conversations. And everybody, Cassandra's back. Hey. Go ahead.
Hey.
What we talked about, Cassandra, the things that you missed was you went out right after the sky discussion, but we were talking about the map. Has the map changed in Spain, or have you seen anything change around that area that you could throw into the mix?
Well, for personal things, I feel like Gibraltar and no, I mean like Morocco is much closer. I can see it more than I used to before. Before it was like if it was a sun down, it was going down, you can see it really clear. You could see all Morocco, like Africa and everything. You could see it really nicely. But now you can see it almost maybe it's a little bit cloudy or it's a little bit...
it looks really close on the map now.
Sunny.
I mean, they look like they're touching practically. I'm surprised.
Yeah, but I even heard that was actually going to happen a long time ago, that they would one day collapse together. I believe that, though. The map has really changed because as I had this teacher who had this habit where he would pull down the map. It's about everything with the lands and talk about the world and it would be like I saw it every single day, every time I had a class with that teacher. I have a picture really well from what the map of the earth looked like. So I feel like Australia has completely gone more up and closer to other islands.
Yeah, we talked.
America's closer to Africa.
We covered a lot of
Things
that when you dropped out. I unfortunately, you probably
Things
didn't hear
that I
that.
have seen change a lot, and as well as in Asia, you know, like China and South Korea, and Japan is much closer to South Korea, and that was the thing that I far away from each other.
I didn't. Yeah, I was specifically. I mean, I'm glad
it's
you.
like I can from the sea, I can see.
I'm sorry. I think we're having some communication problems there because we're not hearing each other talk. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Cassandra? I think we're losing her again.
Yeah,
Something in Spain. The portal in Spain is pulling her away. That was interesting about Spain and Gibraltar. I'm going to jump to some questions here, but first I do have to point something out, and we're going to talk about this. There's a new feature in the chat. If you guys notice, there is a whole lot of chat stuff going on, and there is a new feature where there is a money sign that's appearing on the bottom. What this allows you to do is if you want to make a comment, I'll show you here. Your comment, if you ever want to donate, will stick to the top for a while. Now, this is a feature YouTube invented. I didn't make this up or something. It's called a super chat. And what this means is if you want people to see your comment or you have a link to your show or something, you can donate some money and it'll stick up there for a while. And the more you donate, the longer it sticks. Because sometimes you need a stenographer to read this chat. It goes by so fast. And so there. I want to point that out because a lot of people ask how to donate to the show, and I just figured I'd show you that. All right, let's jump over to our new guest. So go ahead and unmic Irshad, and go ahead and let people know where you are. There was some big confusion here. Irshad, I thought he wanted to come on and ask questions, but he wanted to be a guest on the show, and it was bad communication. It was my fault. So I'm going to give him the floor a little bit to explain who he is, catch us up on what you think about the maps, what you think about the world changes, and see where we're at. Can you hear us? You there? No, Mike. We can't hear you. Drop that out and come back and fix it. We will be here when you want to come in and take the floor. All right, next questions. I'm sorry about that. He's been waiting all day to talk, and then his mic doesn't work. So keep trying to fix that and come back in. Go ahead. If you wanted to say something, Peter, I thought I heard you try to talk.
Yeah, we lost Sherry from Spain because I had a question for her about the Spain. They have territory in Africa now in 2 places. I have never remembered that. So that's quite strange for me, but she would know. I think it's from the opposite side of Gibraltar. We have Ceuta, that's Spain territory, and then a bit further east we have Melilla. It's Spanish territory as well, both in Morocco. They should have extremely lot of problems with immigrants in that kind of areas because it's Spanish country with borders and everything is Spanish in there, and I've never seen that before. What's your guys' opinion on that one?
I'm going to open it up to the floor. Anyone that wants to jump in?
All by design by the oligarchy, unfortunately.
Okay. Well, she's back on. Rafael, do you have any opinion?
I also, it's the first thing I hear about Spain having territory in Africa. It's the first thing I hear about it. I always knew they were like in South America, and like the Philippines has been under Spanish rule in history.
Yes.
But
is it okay if I share my screen?
Yes, you can share.
Go ahead.
Do you see it?
Yeah. What is it?
Hide that one. This is Google Maps.
Oh, there we go. Yeah.
And we have we're here. And first, Mauritania is a new country for me. I'd never heard of it before. It's strange. But Spain has territory here and here. So Ceuta, something like that, España and Morocco. So everything here is Spanish. And you have a border that's guarded, and you have the other territory is here, also Spanish. So how do I quit the screen? I don't know.
That's it.
Oh, how do you quit the
That's it.
screen? There's a little stop button on the top of. You see, it says stop screen share. Anyway,
Is it has it stopped?
we'll just stop out. Cassandra's back. He had a question to you about Spain and actually Spain having. You just showed it on the map, having territory in Africa now. And what's your take on there since you're there?
So what question?
Spain seems to have territory in Morocco now, in two places. It's all Spanish, and it's guarded Spanish, and they have they should have problems with immigrants. It's Melilla in Morocco, and it's Ceuta across the Gibraltar. What's your take on that? I never heard of it before.
Actually have a Moroccan.
Oh, she's cracking up again.
We're never gonna find out. We'll never know. Okay.
It's a secret. Yeah.
It's this.
And Chris.
Yeah.
What's your take on the Australian continent? Seems to move like 2,000 kilometers to the up north.
Yeah, I've never really noticed, to be honest, but I was talking to my friend in New Zealand, and yep. Go ahead.
You finish up.
You hear me now?
Let her have the floor before it crashes again. Go ahead and finish your conversation before it goes out.
Okay. Yes, it's true that there's some place in Morocco that has to do with Spain as well, but that isn't. I've never heard of it before either, and I asked a Moroccan friend of mine, and he said it always been there.
Yeah. Okay.
Effect or not, but it's yes, it's true.
This could be bad memory, or bad knowledge, or bad school, or bad something. So, Chris, what's your take on Australia?
I've never noticed it move at all, but I did remember seeing a lot of videos in the past about tectonic plates moving and all that sort of stuff. So basically, our world is evolving and moving anyway. And it's actually growing, it's expanding, because apparently all the land used to be joined. So of course it's just going to get bigger and bigger and bigger.
Yeah, of course, but it doesn't move like in 2 weeks.
No, I've never noticed that effect. No.
Yeah, ever heard of kangaroos outside of Australia?
I think there's some small marsupials in Carrow Island, which is a part of, it's in Auckland, in New Zealand, near Auckland. So not really kangaroos, but some marsupials.
But Papua New Guinea has 3 kangaroos, big ones, and that's new to me too.
Well, they would have been joined at one stage. That's why. But,
I have a question.
Yeah,
take the floor.
Is anybody Christian here?
Oh, Christians. Oh,
we have an answer.
Well, let me tell you this. My mother was a very devout person, and she wanted to make a priest out of me, and I actually rebelled against that by immersing myself in the sciences. So it's actually the reason why I'm a science guy.
Yeah.
Well, I'm atheist.
I might be the one only who believes in God then.
I'm not sure. So I'm on the fence. I don't discount it, but I don't fully believe it either.
Yeah, we've got a whole mix in this community of
God.
there's definitely some Christians and there's definitely some spiritual people. We even have some Hindus and Buddhists and people that only believe in science. So it's a mix. It's happening to all of us, but
Yeah,
we all just experience it different ways.
Mandela Effect is the one who's like changing the Bible, the King James Bible. And I just feel like maybe that's why I feel CERN is evil then. But I wonder, like, if this is the reason why we do the international one, because we want to know if other religion has also changed the scriptures.
Oh, yeah, that's what I was curious. I asked Soon Lee that Sunil. Gosh, why can't I say your name right? Sunil about
Like Ouroboros.
I know. It took me like 3
Sunil
shows to
Morris,
get Ouroboros. I'm just too dyslexic for this. Okay, so what's going on is he said no, he hasn't noticed any, or nobody's come forward with any changes in Hindu scripture. I got one answer on the Torah, that there is a change in the Jewish scripture, but it has to do with the same change that everybody else knows in Isaiah about the lion laying down with the lamb. So I'm not specifically sure if that's just Torah, but most of the changes are in the New Testament. As far as, I don't know of any. Oh, I am having someone come on from some Muslims come on in a few weeks, and they say that there's changes all over the Quran, and well, not changes. That there's a lot to do with the Mandela Effect in the Quran. So I'm very curious to see what their take is. I hope I can get them on the show soon. And I'm going to throw this out there, guys. For whatever scripture you guys are popular in your countries, has there been scriptural changes?
I can't tell that because I'm atheist and I don't study the scriptures that well. So I just see other people see them, and I could, if you say like religious people tend to know the scriptures, so I believe what they say. I can disagree on that one. So, but
do you guys, Peter, do you have your own chats in a different language, or like Facebook groups or something where you're talking about, are people commenting that, oh yeah, my version of whatever language my Bible has changed? I mean, is it changing in other languages? Spanish Bible?
I remember that even in Dutch it was that the lion lies with the lamb, and I'm looking it up here in Dutch, and when I put in lion and lamb, you can find passages that are about a lion and a lamb, but the one that comes up is the wolf and the lamb. So I think it's changed.
Yeah, comment, guys in the chat room, if you have Bibles in other languages and you're a Christian, could you tell me if it's changed in other languages, or is it only in English versions?
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes, join the conversation.
I switched mics. Sorry about that.
That's okay. Go ahead and introduce yourself. Talk about who you are a little bit. I'm going to back this up. I'm sorry, I'm all over the place. Let me finish this question first about if it's in other languages. Is anybody saying anything in the chat?
My friend who read the Bible in Norwegian told me that something has changed, but I don't know what part it was though. But she did say that the one where she says, "Hvilken var det, Marie? Den der med gi oss daglig brødsaken."
Ja, Fader vår.
Ja, vad är det på engelsk?
The Christian saying thing in the church.
Yeah, when you eat the bread and stuff like that, you say like, "Dear God, give us a daily bread."
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're saying the communion
version
is
in Norwegian.
The Lord's Prayer.
Yeah, it has changed. The Norwegian version.
Right.
Wow. All right. That's news to me. I didn't know it was happening in anything but English. That's really interesting. So it's happening in other languages.
She told me because I was informing her all about the Mandela Effect and all the Bible changing, and she's like, well, I heard not long ago that it changed and everybody said it's the same. So I was like, oh wow, then it's a new Mandela Effect in Norway.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I just checking one thing up in Swedish. It says the wolf and the lamb now in the Bible, but I don't know what it said before. But when I search in pictures for wolf and lamb, there's only one picture coming up and the rest of it's lion and lamb. And if I search for lion and lamb in Swedish, it's lion and lambs all over. But in the actual scripture is the wolf and the lamb.
But has the "Ge oss vårt dagliga bröd" changed in Swedish as well?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I For us that
Your
don't know what
father
that
was.
means, what does that
No,
mean?
it's like the phrase in Swedish and Norwegian is almost the same. So I don't know if it's changed.
Oh.
No.
All right.
Because Norway and Swedish are quite similar. The language, we
Yeah.
are very similar.
All right, that's interesting. All right, I teased that. I had to finish that conversation, but this poor guy's been waiting forever to talk to us, so I'm going to let him in. I had to finish that train of thought. Please forgive me, because I didn't want to drop that on the table and then be like, change subjects. So that was a very important thing. I did not know it's happening in other languages, and I think that's super interesting. So let's jump over. Tell us about yourself, your channel, what you want to talk about, and then give us your take on what you missed about the land in the sky and anything else.
Well, first of all, I don't have my own channel.
Okay.
I kind of jump around you guys'. I'm from Trinidad.
Comments, so yeah.
Yeah. So I'm from Trinidad, which is in the Caribbean. Map changes, definitely. I'm obsessed with maps as well. There was a small piece close to Venezuela where Trinidad sort of does fit. And I was obsessed with it as a kid. It's not there anymore. It's actually closer to Venezuela now. And you can actually see Venezuela from Trinidad now at certain points. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
You guys were talking about stars and all that. There's actually a lot of companies in Japan right now, I don't know if you know that can actually, you pay them money and they will project stars anywhere in the world, asteroids.
Yeah, I've heard that too.
Yeah.
It's so interesting.
What do you mean they have like a giant holographic projector they can?
It's how they describe it as sort of a satellite that shoots beams of lights out, but they say they can do it anywhere. They can give you a shooting star show. They can even holograph planets if you want.
If I could intervene, guys, look up Project Bluebeam.
Yeah, it's pretty similar.
Apparently, yeah.
That's where I think maybe it's a smaller scale one that they're commercializing now. It's possible, but it exists. So you can have fake stars, you can have fake planets, you can put anything in the sky. Apparently, you just pay someone enough money. So that's, like you said, they're blocking certain parts of the world. Maybe that's what they're doing on a larger scale.
That's strange.
That is really interesting. I it kind of makes sense that the technology would be there because they can kind of project holograms. They can do that. So why couldn't they take it to a mass scale and be like, hey, I'm gonna propose to somebody and you can shoot it across the night sky, or I'm gonna we're gonna stream a giant Budweiser ad across the sky. And I could see how that would be in play for commercial stuff, but how it can be conveniently used other ways. That's really interesting.
When something reaches commercial, when something reaches commercial, it's mostly because it's already been invented a long time ago. It's just miniaturized and it's now getting to the public. So who knows to say what they've been using it all this time for? And it's real. It exists. It's not fake. You can look it up.
I heard
it's hard
that
to
in
find
the future. I heard in the future they could use it for fake alien invasions and the Messiah returning and all that sort of stuff, like a big.
I always tell my friends if there's ever an alien invasion, I'm just gonna walk right up and try and touch one to see if it's real or not.
Well, that's what it says in the Bible. No.
Yeah.
The false Messiah will do magical things, and you imagine when that will happen, it will be all technological. It's not going to be anything.
Now it says literally aliens.
Did you all hear about the? I saw a video today about. Did you all hear about the photograph? Apparently, it's a. It sounds ridiculous, but it's actually supposed to be. It's a selfie of an alien. Taken. Oh no! It's actually a photo was an alien taking a selfie in the Arizona desert. It was traced, and the tree was definitely an Arizona tree. Basically, he posted it on 4chan, and he actually put where it was located. It was near a military base. He put the coordinates. Now, if the thread was only on there for a few minutes before 4chan itself, the entire website was taken down. It was down for about 20 minutes, and then it came back up, and the entire thread, the photo and everything was just gone. But a few people managed to try to download it. And some people said they actually downloaded it, and then after 4chan came back up, it disappeared from our hard drives. But there are a couple of very corrupted versions of the photo around. And I was watching Secure Team 10 on YouTube this morning, who's done a video on it. He's managed to get hold of one of the only ones available. And but people who actually saw the thread and saw the original photo were describing it and saying it was a reptilian alien with yellow scales, dark beady eyes, a triangular shaped head with small mouth. And you can actually see on the photo what it actually looks like. And yeah, the entire website was just taken down almost literally within a minute or two after this photo went up there, and they took everything away. So, and they even took it off people's computers. So,
yeah. Censorship is a big
It
thing.
sounded like you were describing Hillary Clinton.
yeah, yeah, exactly.
Can I just hark back a little on the lion and the lamb thing? I just did some research on Google, and it changed in the Belgian Bible too. I just discovered that by doing some research online. It did change. It's now also the wolf and the lamb.
I honestly think they've got
That's-
technology that is manipulating all this sort of stuff. They've got the technology. I think quantum computers is all a fraud. When you actually look at quantum computers, it's only based off binary code. That to me is ancient computer language in itself. Can you imagine if we had a computer language, which is actually on a calculator, and it's between 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's got to be the real computer code, I reckon.
Okay, I mean, I have a question. I mean, has anyone noticed since they become awake, as it's called, an increase in any kind of extrasensory perception abilities, or paranormal abilities, or feeling tinnitus, visual disturbances, more fatigue, unexplained fatigue? Has anyone noticed any of these things? Because I certainly have.
Yeah.
I've been having a weird perception of time, like what exactly time is. Like, I understand the present, but to think about the future and the past is really interesting. Have any of you guys seen this recent movie, The Arrival? Anyone?
Not yet, no.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I won't spoil it.
Yeah, I have seen.
Okay, well, so you know basically what they explained at the end, what the aliens were trying to show them. I think that's similar to what the Mandela Effect is doing right now. It's teaching us how to perceive time differently. I mean, and that's arguably the fourth dimension, right? Well, that's most people think it is.
I can definitely relate to that because I've definitely noticed time disturbances, like time seems to go faster or slower. I find it incredibly difficult. I have for a while to keep track of what day it is, the date. Time is definitely very strange. I'm always getting the days wrong, and
I noticed someone in the chat was talking about loops, like they experience fractal loops of like the same thing happening 3 times, right from like feeling like you're waking up over and over again. I've been having those recently.
Yeah, I know somebody's
time
synchronicities.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
have
there was this one
question,
point,
guys.
I'm sorry.
Can you?
No, you go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead. Because I wanted to like say, what is the one thing that will never change with Mandela Effect? Can you guys guess? I was just talking to my friends because I think there is some guy who is messing with our life. But it can be proven that one thing will never change with Mandela Effect, no matter what they do. Can you guys guess what it will be? Because that's the status quo, one thing. Because if that changes, everything, the game changes.
Jeez, I don't know. That's a good one. What could, I mean, when the sky and the maps change, what is it? Because you're leading it so good.
No, because if if our bank account change, like if we suddenly have millions of dollars in account, then everything change, right?
I'll welcome it.
Manifest it.
Yeah, so I think that's not going to happen because this is just a game for them. They are teasing us, I feel. Because nothing, I'm checking every day my bank account. It's going down.
You don't want it to go backwards into negative, though.
A lot of people keep saying they change it. But the last live stream you had, you guys were discussing like literally changing reality by your thought processes. Like, I'm wondering if the more people that wake up, if we actually alter what's happening and cause more people to wake up that way. and not necessarily just one force.
Yeah, you can really have a point to that because the conscious mind is actually collapsing the wave function to a particle. So yeah, you could be right. More people focusing on stuff, then it's changing. That's Taryn, you've been thinking of that, but that we as a group think of one change we want to do. You haven't done it yet, but
well, it's interesting.
Someone want to change your frame in the back of your room.
Yeah, like I said, he's talking about if you're new to the show and you don't know what he's talking about, we want to use this because we feel like for some reason the Mandela effect is happening to a certain group of people and not others, and it seems to be people who are more highly empathic or more higher vibration, kind of nicer people. We don't have too many trolly negative people. So the thing about that is we want to use that energy for something good. And I thought, well, okay, a lot of people have tried manifesting, and it's not like it's an original idea, but why not with us to see what, if our reality can change daily, where I can see the sky change and maps move and bodies shift. Why can't we hack reality and manifest something? And
you want to hear something interesting? Sorry,
I was going to say, this is just for new listeners because y'all have heard this before, but we had a big debate, and I made some stories about what we could manifest, and I think it has to be completely selfless. Like we have to manifest bringing a kid home or something like that we can say, yes, it worked, or no, it didn't. And that's still being debated. Most people think we should find a lost child, but if you're out there and you know of a lost child in the community that we could help, that we actually might have a chance, I think the right case, we can do it and try it. And that's what I'm waiting on, is we're ready to go as soon as we find the right case. All right, go ahead, take the floor.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just going to jump in and say thanks for tonight or today for someone. I need to leave. Thank you for your thoughts.
As far as your channel goes, make sure that you send me, I've been to your channel, I just have to dig up the link, but send me a link to your channel and I will put it in the comments, and so you guys can find his channel. Please support him.
Yeah,
thanks, Peter.
I can do that. Thanks. Have a great.
Nice to meet you.
Have a nice day.
Thank you guys.
I hope we will see you again someday.
Yeah, join us and hang out.
Yeah.
Bye.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay. Where were we with? I was trying to give the floor more to you. You got to come in at the end there. So why don't you keep going with what you were talking about?
No, I agree with you. Like, it has to be selfless. Recently, I've been trying it on a small scale. So I started a company where I help creatives, people in the industry, struggling artists. And I've been working to try and get my brand off for years, and it never happened. As soon as I started this changing my mindset and just using some of the things that people were talking about in the Mandela Effect community, it just started happening. I literally do no work, and it just happens. I don't know if that's a coincidence, but it does. It's literally mind over matter. And so I don't know, as a group, what can we do? But it's something interesting that I'd like to try also.
I think it multiplies, like the more people in the group, the stronger it is that you can tear reality, but you can definitely manifest stuff for yourself. And lots of people do their own life and change it how they want.
Actually, I was thinking about the same thing. Actually, we are starting in India. I think like what Taryn just explained, 100 human project. So I was talking to my friends. So we all will collectively come together. And what just Taryn spoke right now. So we are creating 100 human project. So due to our DNA damage and our consciousness strength, we need at least like 70 to 100 guys. And we will meditate together, do yoga session together, live together, and create a good group. So I think I'm in India and many people are spread across the world, but we are having all the same group consciousness. So I'm thinking in the same line, actually.
Yeah, I was going to say, I hope we can work together. Let me know, and we'll invite you guys in to manifest with us, and definitely leave a link. I'm going to leave a link to your channel too, and his channel's got, man, you got a lot of cool stories on your channel, but they're kind of all over the place. I'm not sure how to describe your channel. So if you guys get a chance to go visit that, I'm going to put it in the link. Like I said, I want to make sure that we spread the love around here. Yeah. But I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I think that's a real good opportunity, is if you are starting a manifest group of your own where you're going to pray together, we'd love to have you help us.
Yeah, we are seriously, that is, I think, the end goal of humanity. We all need to come together. I think even Mandela effect is kind of a division, because if I talk to 10 guys, only 5 is going to agree, and then I have to debate with him forever. So what I am saying to them is, okay, for the next 2 years, let's let go of our belief, our religion, our God, and let's just come together as a human race, and then meditate on something that will benefit all of us. So that is the goal of 100 Human Project. So we need to let go of all our division, religion, caste, our belief system, our likes and dislikes. Just for once, for these 2 years, we need to come together, just for 2 years, and see what we can do. We'll need to forget about everything that we were taught. Me and
Yeah.
you and me and like 100 people together. I think we can do. We can even shut down the sun. I think everything can be got in our control. So what we
Make
are planning to do in
everybody
India.
make everybody free.
True. Yeah.
Well, I don't know
That
if you
is.
guys have heard of it, but I am a member. I've joined a movement called the Ubuntu Liberation Movement, and I'm reading their book now, and it's well worth having a look at it. It's a South African movement, and it's a model of society that will eventually do away with money, and it's called contributionism is the model, and it's basically the model where humanity's always used to live in societies together, supporting and helping each other before we had money, and in societies that don't have money. And it's a good idea. Have a look at it. You can go to the website, or they're on YouTube, and you can join. And it's in about 58 countries now.
Yeah, I find it
it's
a
growing
really
exponentially.
fascinating idea, and I would love, if anybody's listening, and I know we have some contacts here to the Ubuntu movement, I'd love to have you guys on and explain it, because I from the Liberty world, we're like, okay, let's go around, we'll use alternative currencies, we'll ignore government, we'll get Bitcoin, cryptocurrencies and stuff, but I don't hear anyone saying let's get rid of money completely. And I do believe that, some of the old scriptures and some of the old knowledge and ancient knowledge say that we all got along pretty good without money, that this was an invention kind of forced in here that is unnatural.
In the Bible, it says the money is positive now. Now the money is the answer. Like, are we like going out of my mind? Like, I can't believe it.
Go a little deeper. What do you mean that the Bible changed and said something about money?
Yes, it said like the kings are gonna dine well, and the money is important, or something like that. It was the quote.
Moneybags actually showed it on his channel recently, Taryn.
Yeah, a recent video that he put up. Yeah.
I haven't seen it yet. I'll have to catch it. I love Moneybags. But, really interesting. So that they're changing the role on money in the Bible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, not a bad
manipulation.
Thing. Yeah, it's actually good. You need to have a lot of money to be healthy.
I think the idea, and I'm speaking a little out of my range here, but the idea is to replace stuff with technologies that money's very unimportant. I did a story a while back on copyright law. I'm not a fan of copyright stuff, and I think it's destructive to society. But on the flip side, I think it's going to become null and void in a while, that everything's going to change when we get to the point where 3D printers can print other 3D printers, and then you can cheaply print the new iPhone, and you can cheaply print a new computer, whatever the newest model. And by the way, some 14-year-old kid's going to get a hold of those and change the iPhone even better and say, oh, here, print my new model out. And, it changes every week, and it all goes open source. This stuff is like seriously just a couple of years from happening. I mean, they're already printing metal components and computers. They've gotten a point where the printers almost could print another printer. When that happens, all of a sudden society's really going to change. When you don't need money to buy anything, when you can just print it for like pennies of material, we're going to have a lot of time on our hands. And stuff like the Ubuntu movement, I think when I looked into it, they were talking about using robots to grow all the food, just to kind of take that off the table. And growing stuff so it's so plentiful that you can have you basically have a Star Trek replicator in your house. You can print out anything you want, and you can have all the food you want. I think society's going to chill out a lot when those basic needs are met.
But I also think that
maybe that's how money's going to slide away.
But I also believe that they already have that kind of technology, but they just don't give it
Yeah.
out.
Oh,
you can already print food and
They could-
small pieces
Like
of text.
everything is actually there, but
it's not mainstream, and they're purposely keeping it from being mainstream. But
everything.
it's what I'm trying to say. I think that the pinnacle moment is when a 3D printer can print another 3D printer. When I can just print you one and say, here, man, take one, and here, this village can have as many as they want, and they can.
And how are they going to get money from it?
That's the point. It's going to kill money. They're not going to make money out of it, and that's when money's going to start disappearing.
This is also like what Corey Good talks about. Corey Good and David Wilcock in Cosmic Disclosure in their campaign for full disclosure. I mean, what they talk about is the secret space program, etc. And he claims that they have like literally like Star Trek like replicators already, as well as free energy and all sorts of technology. And you know, it goes into a lot about different ET groups who are going to who are fighting the cabal for and want full disclosure for us to have all this technology. And they claim that, you know, when that happens, our society will completely change. But apparently at the moment, the cabal, which is like the Illuminati, the ones that are controlling the world, they at the moment are only agreeing to a disclosure, and a disclosure that will take over about 100 years. So, and apparently that's why we're seeing much more UFO activity, much more information being released by the CIA, etc., about remote viewing and other ESP, because it's preparing us for partial slow disclosure. I mean, it all depends on what you believe, but I'm just saying that that's what they talk about, and their claims about our reality.
I believe you. Even in movies and television now, they're kind of promoting a lot of things that we're talking about, but in a really mainstream way.
Yes, because they're trying to make us look like that is not real, like that is fake because it's on TV and it's a movie, and nothing like that is actually true information.
Some people are saying they're doing it to soften the subconscious for when they do say, okay, we can't hide this anymore. Aliens are real. They're flying around. Everybody's going to be like, oh, well, we've seen so much alien stuff on TV. Of course it's real. You know, like the fact that they even let a show like Ancient Aliens survive for 10 seasons just kind of lets you know, a show, not that everything in Ancient Aliens is right, but it's one of the mainstream shows that got a lot of people started down this path.
Yeah. It's interesting also, but they're giving it to you in a soft way, but they're also not giving you accurate information. They're still trying to kind of control the narrative of what it is.
And when did you all wake up? When was the time when you noticed all these things?
Yeah. I think once you notice it once, you're never fooled again.
No, I mean, I'm at the point now where I just don't believe anything. You know, I'm taking everything with a pinch of salt. I wanted to know, has anyone had any kind of life-changing experiences around the end of 2012? Because my life completely changed really around that time. And as that ties into the Mayan calendar, has anyone else experienced any significant life-changing or spiritual experiences around that time?
I think it was like an awakening 2012 rather than the end of the world, you know? Some people got awakened and some others didn't. And I feel like the Mandela Effect started like in November for everybody out of nowhere, you know? Or others like 2 years, 4 years. But for me, it was in November last year. And it exploded everywhere.
Yeah, for me it's about October. But definitely, I mean, I experienced changes in 2012. And even the changes in my taste, the kind of foods I liked, all that has changed as well.
With regards to 2012, sorry, no, you go ahead.
For me, it's like, I mean, I think I said this before. I was pulled into the Mandela Effect like in December of last year, but I think to me it was happening a lot earlier. Just I didn't see it. I just had to get pulled into it, and I got pulled into it that you know, the 26th of December.
Yeah. Because for me, you know, the Mickey Mouse, the one where he has a tail now.
Oh yeah.
What?
Yeah.
I didn't even know.
Because I told my mom that long time ago I have a teddy bear of Mickey Mouse, right? And I told my mom, why doesn't Mickey Mouse have a tail? Like, he's a rat. He's supposed to have a tail. I told her that when I got that teddy bear. And I remember telling her that. And then I found out now that he always had a tail. I was like freaking out. And I'm like, my teddy bear doesn't have a tail. So I go and I check, and there's a little tail there. And I'm like, Mom, don't you?
Wow.
Oh my God.
And then my mom was like, no, you never told me that. I was like, what the hell?
Yeah. I actually checked Mickey Mouse the weekend before, about a week before it changed, because I wanted to check it still had suspenders or not, and it definitely didn't have a tail. And about a week later, all of a sudden, it's all over YouTube. I mean, definitely didn't a week before.
Yeah, because Moneybags, he was the one who talked about, of course, the suspenders first. And now he doesn't have a suspender. He has a high-waisted shorts with some buttons. And then there was no pictures of a tail. There was like nothing. If there was a tail, I would have noticed it. Like I have a teddy bear as well. Like I have a typical thing. And now there's this like mini hole, and the tail comes out like it just is there. And I'm like, is this even real?
With regards to 2012, a lot of people don't know this. I'm a big history nerd, so it didn't really mean the end of the world. They actually measured cycles like dark ages, Bronze Ages, Silver Ages, Golden Ages.
Golden Age now.
It was like it was a reset to the Bronze Age, and I don't know the timing of that, but maybe. So
Wait,
it's
also
guys, I
the
need
end
to
of
jump
the
in.
Mayan calendar.
Wait a sec, one sec. I gotta pause. Lindsay's been trying to get in forever. I see her, but I don't know if her sound's working still. I don't hear a mic.
Yeah, I wanted to test it.
It's working. Yes.
Hey.
Okay, Lindsay. Oh my gosh, we totally missed you in the show. She was started with the show. I don't know what happened to you for a few hours there, but you're back.
Tech stuff, and my computer had to do all this stuff before it would allow me to even come back.
God, computer stuff. Everybody probably feels your pain in the chat room on that. Lindsay, I'm going to rewind the show a little bit because I really wanted you to get your take in all this. And I hope you at least watched the show while it was going so you know what we've covered and what we haven't.
Yeah, I was watching as much as I could on my iPad.
Okay, so here's the two things I threw across to the panel. First, tell everybody where you're from, and then talk about the changes to your country, especially if you've seen anything on the map, the skies, something universal, and anything you think we might want to know. I'm just going to turn the floor over to you for a few minutes and let you catch up.
Sure. I'm actually from what's known as Southern Ontario in Canada. I'm Indigenous to these lands. This is, my ancestry is from North America or Turtle Island. I'm Haudenosaunee, that's what we call ourselves. Better known as Iroquois, but my specific nation is the Onondaga Nation. So that's a little bit about who I am. Definitely, I've been doing a lot of research and attempting to have conversations with people in my own community and just other Native people that I know about this Mandela effect, because it's something I definitely have noticed in the pop culture aspect, but also in the land changes. And I haven't been able to get too much of a response yet from friends of mine who are on the West Coast in BC, because I know that one of the changes that I noticed that was rather dramatic for me was noticing that Vancouver Island is suddenly very, very, very close to the mainland, especially, sorry, yeah, I know my hands are cold, baby, sorry, my little girl's here, especially kind of up towards Campbell River. And I can remember distinctly living in that country, living in that province, and being in those regions. And there was a significant space. I mean, I was always looking at the map, always examining when I, to make my travel plans. And so seeing those changes, definitely, seeing the shape of Canada, seeing Hudson's Bay being suddenly really, really large, suddenly seeing Maine jutting up into Canada. Now, here's the thing. I can talk to other people about this, And there are actually other people who remember things always looking this way, whereas there's other people who remember the changes that I recognize. Like they actually acknowledge that things did look a lot differently. So to kind of extend this question, one thing that I've been reflecting on, and it's funny because there was a few points that I want to jump in on, just as you guys were all having your conversation just now, whether it was about the aliens or the artificial creation of food and getting basic necessities met. When bringing up these conversations to other Native people around me, one of the main points that everybody began to make was, well, I don't need to see changes in movies and books and culture. I just have to look outside. I just have to recognize that we just had a thunderstorm here in southern Ontario last night, and that it was so warm 2 days ago that it was at summer temperatures. That, frankly, even myself, I woke up the other day to chickadee birds singing outside my window. It's February. This is not natural. This is not normal. And kind of like I saw how there was a parallel in these conversations to the Mandela Effect, because it's not just about these like changes that are just mysteriously happening in the world. It's also the fact that there's a dramatic change in how the actual Earth is beginning to function and cycle through seasons, through these natural cycles. And I know in previous live feeds, this is something that we've kind of touched on a little bit. I know that at some point I've been a part of conversations where that question has come up when we're talking about quantum physics and we're talking about quantum reality. And we're talking about how realities can shift and how we can exist in many at the same time. And this is a multi-dimensional realm. And I know Vegan in particular had brought up and was really strongly asserting the fact that there are certain laws to this universe that do not change with this Mandela effect, that there are certain things that you can say for certain are just like the way that life moves, the way that things develop, the way that things progress. And I know that I personally kind of pulled at that same piece of the conversation in a different context. And what I was making a point of was that the natural realm and the natural world is actually a truth that really can't be tampered with, even in this quantum field. Because the natural cycle of life, or the natural cycle from the micro to the macro, moves in this, circular motion. And so all of nature and all things move in this cycle as well. Now, mind you, we can all say, well, sorry. Okay, come here then. So we can all say, well, then how is it that these certain celebrities and people have come back to life or return from the dead? Well, if the cycle is, birth and death, well, that's the thing about time and space. The time and space continuum is an illusion, and, and we do live in a hologram. However, we are subject to this particular movement, and we are subject to bodies and genetics that, that need, certain things to function, including sustenance.
Lindsay, I got to jump in for a minute. Oh, I'm getting a reverb too.
For me?
You got headphones? Yeah. Someone. Just mute out for a second. I'm going to let you pick up. Peter has to go, and I want to give him one last word before he has to go. And then you can jump on and finish up. But I told Peter he could. Is he gone? Did I miss him? Oh, Peter's gone. Never mind. I'm sorry I interrupted you. I thought I was going to give him a last word, and I don't see him on here anymore. I appreciate. I'm sorry I didn't mean to interrupt, but go ahead and finish out. I'll give you another minute or two, and then I've got to let the other guest on. So go ahead.
Sure. But just to kind of, I guess there was a lot that I did hear and a lot that I was thinking about as I'm hearing other people talk, and everything from this artificial creation of food to like everything from like the idea of like an alien culture being introduced into our culture. And it's funny because all of these things actually, to some degree, okay, I'm gonna get going in just a minute. Okay, babe, I'm just gonna finish talking here for a minute. Sorry, totally like.
No, it's okay. Go ahead. Finish out your thought.
All of these subjects actually tie really intricately into a lot of the teachings that are already found within indigenous ancient cultures. Like, this is already ancient knowledge. These things have already been referred to. These things are already been talked about. These things have been prophesized. You were bringing up, the Mayan calendar a few minutes ago, and, and that was never meant to be prophesizing some kind of catastrophic, event where things were just going to blow apart and all of our lives as we know it would end. No, the reality as we know it was going to end. And so inside of these cultures and inside of this ancient and, ancestral knowledge is locked in a lot of the answers to all of these questions, and to even the like quantum aspect of this conversation we're having. I wish I'd had more time to talk about this, but I think that right now we do actually have to, it's almost like a search into our genetic patterns and codes. I know that I talked to one friend of mine, and he's a really thorough researcher right now, and he was just drawn to this work that he's doing, where all of a sudden he's doing this in-depth research about his peoples, about his roots, about where they came from, and all of these histories that are well documented. And one of the things that he noticed is that there's pieces of this history that are suddenly just appearing that didn't seem like they were there before. Thing is, he can't prove one way or the other whether they were there or not. So whether those are Mandela effects, who knows? But he said he had a sense that that was the case, that there has been this ripple effect that has actually shifted and changed certain events. But he said that it actually doesn't matter. None of that matters. None of those little, like those minute changes actually affects who he is and what he comes from. That looking into those histories, how he put it was that he's unlocking these units of data. And as he's placing these units of data next to one another, he can see how they're interlocked. And right now, these are all just like, these are ponderings. It's nothing that he's conclusively come up with, but that within these patterns of data, he actually is discovering who he really is within. That introspection and that ability to tap into, why do I make the choices I make? What is this world that I come from? And how am I weaved into this larger consciousness? And so it was interesting because, as I say, like another point about, like we're talking about, the Quran change, the changes in the Bible, those are documented. Those are documents. The thing about indigenous cultures is, for the most part, what's documented was what was observed and perceived, not so much what factually happened or what the actual substance of the culture was. Those things were oratorial. Those things were passed down word of mouth. And so those changes that may occur in that knowledge has always been changing, because it changes with the subjective perception and how one received that knowledge and then passed it on. So it's interesting.
I got to jump in here. It's been a couple minutes, so I get what you're saying, and I'm going to let you finish, but I got some other guests on here, so I got to let them talk. The thing she's, I'm going to point out again, is she's saying that a lot of the native cultures, it was all passed down orally, and it was perceived, so they don't have scripture to turn to. The perception, that's what you're saying. But I want to let other people have a chance to talk here, my other guests. Do you guys want to comment and talk about, ask Lindsay some questions? So jump in and go ahead and start a conversation.
All, I agree fully with your friend. That's actually how I got here. I'm a big history nerd. I started researching Egyptians. Then from there, I kind of went into Freemasonry. And then you kind of go down a rabbit hole from there. And I ended up at the Mandela Effect. But I the same thing he was explaining, I agree. I start seeing how everything is connected by researching history. And you see all the patterns, and it's there. It's in front of your face. It's a lot that you have to sit down and read and then put those things together on your own. And
but the question for money bags, he always say, like, why is there some people who believe this and notice this and others don't? Like, why?
I think the main problem is if you believe that we're the most technologically advanced today, you'll ignore history. And that's what a lot of people do. We think we're the most advanced we've ever been, but we're not according to history, clearly.
No. See, what I think is going on, I think this is a purely natural event. Most of it is a natural event because there's many changes to the Earth that's going on, such as the seismic activity that's been global seismic activity, all at the same time around the globe. Almost every day there's a period where there's a very deep, low-level earthquakes all around the world. At the same time, there's volcanic activities increased, earthquakes have increased, the Schumann resonance. And when you look at the fact that we now know that you can imprint using frequency intentions on water, and as we are mostly water, these changes in these frequencies are going to affect in our cells and consequently our DNA. And I do think this is an awakening. I've always believed that this is like a school, this life, and I do think it's kind of getting to the point now where we're going to be graduating. Some people are going to be graduating, so we may not have to be reincarnated next time. And I do believe that I think most cultures talk about this in different ways, but I think it's because most cultures and religions all stem from an original knowledge that has diversified over time. So I think this has always been expected, it's always going to happen, but I do think that the cabal, perhaps using CERN, are trying to subvert it or control it and mislead us into thinking that they're doing everything, when really I think they're just doing little things like changing the internet and stuff like that.
Rooted in human thought. They're not some like we make this mistake of giving more power to the powers that be, as if we are not capable of the same potential, and as if we're not capable of the same intelligence. We're not taking into account the spiritual thought, that intellectual thought are technologies as well, and the only reason those technologies exist is because of this technology. And everything you're referring to, the seismic activity, the fact that there is these massive changes in climate, like what I was referring to earlier, these changes in the natural and environmental world, like these things can be accounted for by like these earth shifts and the fact that there is so much activity happening below the surface, but also to the climate change, which the powers that be have catalyzed through our dependence on resource extraction that is rather violent to the earth. And this is where perhaps this is where we do need to come together. I do believe very strongly that every human on this earth is entitled, literally entitled, to a relationship with this earth, like a thorough, a profound, and an authentic connection. And one place that indigenous and tribal peoples worldwide, like I'm not just referring to North America, I'm referring to worldwide, because we all come from a root that was at one time connected to this earth, and an ancestral knowledge and a culture that pulled from that from this wisdom and from this connection. All of this stuff we're talking about and wondering about right now, it already was known once upon a time. This is actually about delving into the archives and of the data that's already built within us.
No. You can actually prove that. They've done a bunch of experiments with animals. They can't do it with humans, obviously, where they like grow chickens in a blocked off building. They have no interaction with the outside world, and they would fly drones and shapes and nothing. And the one day they released an eagle, they ran. They just knew. So it has that built into the DNA. It should apply to humans also, and I believe that.
And I was thinking, listening to you, Lindsay, I was thinking that we're talking about the Mandela effect as if it's something new, as if it's happening now. But what if it has been happening since the beginning of time? And that perception you talk about, perception is very personal. It's very subjective. The old adage, "In the eye of the beholder," comes to mind. So I mean, I don't really think it's something new.
It isn't. I was actually talking to Dr. Lupo about this recently. If you go on Google Analytics, you can't find it anymore, because I was actually trying to get screenshots for today. but there's tons of videos online that people checked it in the past. The Mandela Effect actually spiked on Google 100% in South Africa in 2004. That was the first time. And if he died in 2013, why were people searching it so many years ago? That data has been removed though recently, so you can't find it. But there are tons of people online that still have screenshots and videos proving it. So yeah, who knows how long this has been happening?
But they say it's much older than what we know. Like there's been like 6 Earths basically, different Earths.
Do you guys feel? Now I don't know if this is crazy, but sometimes I literally feel like I'm not in the same plane. Like I'm in the same place, but it feels different. Like the energy is different. It feels like I always shift.
Absolutely. Yeah. So very frequently lately, and there seems to be shares by other people at the same time that I know from around the world. And yeah, I know exactly what you mean. You just kind of sense that things have changed.
It's like 2016. Everybody was feeling like everything was negative. Like everybody had something really bad happen to them in 2016. Why was that? Every single person had something bad happen to them in 2016. Why?
Well, I didn't. Not negative anyway. I just I found out about got into conspiracy theories.
2016. I asked other people. They're like, yeah, I also had bad year. Like it was the worst.
I think it's psychological. Mainstream news,
everybody was thinking
media.
negative that day, that year, and every negativity went spread everywhere.
Yeah, I think it's a lot to do with mainstream.
Sorry, I'm with Lindsay, and it's been in my DNA ever since I was born. I've always felt there was something wrong with this place, and I'd be doing something about it in the future. I don't think I am of this realm. I've always felt I never was in this realm. I'm from somewhere else in the universe. And I believe my DNA is unlocking as well.
Yeah. I have a friend that I've known for 20 years. I recently spoke to him about Mandela Effect, and he's like, yeah, I agree with you. I've been feeling like that since I was 6 years old. And I'm like, what? Why have you never said anything?
Yeah, now I look back, once I found out about it, then I look back and you look at life, it explains so many things, that weird happenings and things that happened to me throughout my life, and it does explain it. So I do agree. I think it has been happening a lot longer, but I do think it's increasing. It's increasing in frequency. It's increasing in power. More people are waking up. I don't know why, but to me, it's got to be connected to the changes in the earth.
It's because of programs like this, to be honest. I mean, you don't see any of this on the news ever.
Exactly. Thank you.
No.
That's exactly what it is. We are building here. We are building knowledges. When we come together in these circles and we have these conversations and these dialogues, and we actually resonate, like I've talked about this in the chat often, when we resonate with one another and we connect with one another, we actually build upon and expand upon this awareness and the potential for this to become kind of like a wholeness. Like for us to actually come together in wholeness is found
a collective
technology. Yes, within the collective, and the collective itself is its own technology. So we make the mistake of having this dependence and this idea that technology is way ahead of us. It's over here, and we are, running to meet it as it keeps running further and further and further from us. The powers that be are depending on us continuing to look at technology that way. When really, as we're tuning in, as we're coming into our gifts, our powers, whatever you want to call them, whatever that experience is for you, these things are actually the real technology. Because any physical manifested technology actually is only based upon this ability.
Yeah, vegan warrior mentioned something in the chat, and I think it's interesting that just the fact that a couple hundred of us are right now talking about this and putting positive energy into this, and we're trying to drive this the right direction. I imagine that puts some serious ripples into consciousness of the fact that we're all focused on this for 3 or 4 hours together at the same time. And it seems like Lindsay's saying that every week we come back, it's a bigger crowd and it's a bigger community, and all these new people are arriving, and maybe this is the kind of force we need to do at the same time. Like these live shows, I think they really generate a lot of energy.
Because I agree, and I agree, and I know about people that I talk to every day in the hangouts. I won't mention names, but I know somebody who's even started to sense events from somebody else that we talk to regularly. So that person is sensing things happening to somebody else, and I myself have felt that. Like I knew when that person, how they were feeling. I could feel it myself, and I mean that goes together with the increase in ESP things I've been experiencing as well, and definitely feel a collectiveness, a connectedness. And I've also wanted to ask, has anyone noticed changes in personality of pets? And because I've heard that quite a lot, especially cats, as well as people around them, friends and family, and anything like that.
I just want to put thing that you said earlier about, you kind of felt something happening to your friend and stuff like that. I feel like when you get close to somebody and you are kind of like very, very close and you feel like it's a sister or your brother or whatever, in some form of way, there's a connection in there. And that, I remember that my friend got really sick one day, and she lives in Norway and I live in Spain. And I was like, something is going on. I feel like something is not right. And I just texted her and she's like, yeah, I'm really sick. Something happened to me, blah, blah, blah. And she didn't tell me. That happens, and it's true.
Yeah. Yeah.
You guys are aware of the pineal gland, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm now drinking distilled water and using fluoride-free toothpaste and trying to prevent myself from ingesting fluoride.
Decalcify it.
Yeah, and I'm
I've just
also going to be getting some diatomaceous earth, because the silica of the diatomaceous earth actually strips out like the aluminium that is clogging our cells from the chemtrails. So that
you got to say it right for the American audiences, okay? It's aluminum.
No, I like the other one. It's cute.
Aluminium.
There's an interesting thing, but Kate, my girlfriend, a lot of people don't know she's a holistic dental hygienist, and she's also a writer. She compiles information, and one of her, I would say probably the best source I've ever seen written on fluoride is an article she wrote where I think she had over about 100 sources in this article. And it's really in depth on fluoride and what you can do if you do have fluoride problems, and how it screws with your pineal gland, but all the other stuff it causes. So I am no fan of fluoride, and I'm basically living with one of the biggest anti-fluoride activists who honestly wrote the biggest paper I've ever seen on it. It's really hard to argue with 100 sources. I'll drop it in the comments and the links, but it's an amazing article. She's got a really good research stuff.
And actually in Belgium at one time they distributed fluoride pills to children. They said it was good for your teeth. They don't do that anymore, but I remember that.
Well, there's two types of fluoride. There's I think fluoride calcium, and then there's the crap one they put in the water.
They have mercury and stuff as well.
It's fertilizer industry. That's where it comes from.
I can't remember this. Yeah, I can't remember this.
We have an article about that too. If you want me to just link all this, mercury.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
I'll show you. I don't usually talk about my health stuff, but Kate's a fabulous writer, and she has probably some of the best dental articles. Because the problem with dentistry is that they're still working like with same technology that's 150 years old. They're still putting lead and mercury in people's teeth and stuff like that, where there is a push from these people called biological dentists who, unfortunately, there's just not that many around, but are trying to do it without all the damaging chemicals. Dentistry has some really damaging stuff, and thank God that they're coming around to trying to do it more natural. But I'll link to her main page.
I can't wait. Sorry, mate. I can't wait for the day when they will actually rip out your tooth and then put the DNA into the gap, and then your tooth grows back.
That technology has probably been around because they've been talking about regrowing teeth for a long time. But I think unless the dentist can make money at it, they're never going to let it happen. They'll have to be the people to do it.
Yeah. That's the problem, greed.
As we're talking about fluoride,
well, if they can make money, they'll do it.
I can't remember exactly which state it is, but I was reading a research paper recently where they stopped putting fluoride in the water and they started putting iodine, which is a decalcifier. and everyone's in that state, their IQ went up by 10 to 15 points on average. And I can't remember the exact say, but I'm sure you can Google it. I mean, how many articles can there be about that?
Sorry, what happened with the iodine?
They put iodine in water instead of fluoride. And iodine is actually a decalcifier. Their IQ raised by about 10 to 15 points. Their brain activity, everything. Yeah.
Yeah, because that's good, because I just recently bought some Lugol's iodine. Lugol's iodine. And apparently 2 drops a day. Because apparently most of the human population in the Western world is deficient in iodine.
I've got to jump in my for 1 second. I want to talk like a doctor for a sec. You have to be really careful with messing with iodine. Iodine is good in some places, but almost everywhere in the world, we have plenty of it already forced into the food. The problem here is a lot of people take iodine and think it's good for their thyroid, but there's an enormous amount of people with misdiagnosed thyroid problems that have Hashimoto's or hypothyroidism, that if you have an autoimmune issue and you add iodine to your diet, your autoimmune issue is going to get a lot worse. So you need to be really careful screwing with iodine. And that is my public service announcement.
Thank you very much.
I need to be a doctor before I took it. So I'm going to do that first.
Just make sure that you don't have an autoimmune issue before you take iodine, because if you have an autoimmune thyroid and you feed it iodine, it will fire up and become way worse. A lot of people think they have thyroid problems, and then they realize that because of the way in America they don't do enough blood tests, that they don't check the autoimmune issue. They just are like, oh, it's low thyroid. Here's your, here's your drugs. Wow, we're really going off on this, but so a lot of times, again, people say the fluoride again can harm thyroids, which is true, and a lot of birth control pills and things like that cause problems. So you just got to be real careful messing with iodine. People push it all over the place, be like, take it for your thyroid, and I'm sitting here shaking my head going, man, if you got an autoimmune thyroid undiagnosed, you're going to be in a world of hurt. So be careful with that stuff.
It's interesting because I drank for the first time in a long time a Coke recently, like months, and I got so sick. My throat was so sore from that one Coke.
From Coke?
Yeah.
I quit drinking Coca-Cola or Pepsi because it literally made me so sick that I couldn't move for days. And even if I had one burger from McDonald's, I almost died. Like it's awful. It doesn't work anymore.
The everlasting burger.
It's good though. If we can't have these things, it's good for us. Well, we don't have no need for, chemicals and awful things that don't work with our bodies. It's not supposed to be there.
Yeah, and that's another thing. And I'm probably going to have Vegan Warrior coming on one day because he lives a really clean eating lifestyle. And we can talk about that because obviously, all the environment's getting more and more poisoned, and it's not as bad for you guys out of the U.S., but the U.S. is horrible. We're so fat and out of shape because of our food's basically poison, and we eat an insane amount of sugar and bad stuff. And people are like, God, Americans are so unhealthy and fat, and that's on purpose. That's to drive us away from, I think, a high vibration. It's hard to be in a high vibration when your body's sick. And and now the more
and more like zombie-like.
I mean, some of it I think is on purpose. Some of it I think is just to make a buck. I think it's a combination of just, hey man, people like fast food, so we're gonna drill you with a bunch of oil.
People are actually eating it, so there's a demand.
Well, I want to hear from India because he's been quiet a little bit. Let him talk about this.
Actually, with regards to I was thinking about the life expectancy, I think that's a scam too, because in US, like they show the life expectancy of Americans and Europeans are like 75 to 80 years, and the life expectancy of Indians and people in Asian countries are around 60 to 65. But what they don't tell you is the number of trips that we do to hospital. I see when I work with my US clients, they are always have a dental appointment, or they always have their kids taken to hospital, or most of they are always going to hospital in a year. They go 2 to 3 times. But in India, if you see, we die early, but we don't make a lot of trips to the hospital. So I think it's a money making scheme as well. They are merely managing your life after 50 so that they can milk you more money by extending your lifespan to 75 years. But in India, we die 60 years old, but we are not that much, we cannot be milked by the corporations in India, because they like cancer rates are very low. So they don't think that we can make them millionaires. So we just die on. I remember my grandfather, like he died when he was 85, but I never saw him go to hospital even once. Like his trips to hospital was around 1 or 2 I have seen. So number of trips to hospital does count as well. But they always project that it's life expectancy that is important. But I think they are just milking Americans for a lot of money.
Putting people into institutions that have to support them as they enter that end of life, where frankly, just being present with people in my life who have reached those stages is not a pleasant or wonderful life. It's a it's a life of struggle when you get to the ages where your body is breaking down slowly, and that the descension into into a place of death becomes a long, slow, almost unnoticeable, like decline.
Because in Indian spirituality, we more are into dignified death. Even if you die by 50 or 60, you should not, give trouble to others. You should die a dignified death. But in America and West, I feel people are not given a dignified death as well. They are dying very, miserably with all this.
I agree.
And it's also like people who are sick like 24/7. They're like, I'm sick, help me all the time, and there's nothing wrong with them too.
Yeah.
It's better to be like.
It's a lot of the products also. Like you got celebrities telling you, take this, take that. Yeah, people just do it. They don't even question it.
I'm going to tell you, as someone that actually was in this field, I had lots of patients, and they paid me a lot of money to help them. Like 99% of the problems out there is your diet. I mean, that causes almost all the chronic disease. It's amazing if you really clean up your diet, just how many, quote, incurable diseases go away. It's almost, we're just eating ourselves sick. That's it, straight up. And you got to take responsibility and be like, okay, I like junk food, so I'm going to live with this misery. Or, okay, I'm going to clean up my diet and really lock down to get out of this misery. And unfortunately, it's really hard for some people to make that transition. They just love their vices and their lifestyle so much that that's more important than living healthy. And they just live with it. And, hey, man, I can get a convenient drug that'll cover it up for a few years. Even when that stops working, I'll add some more drugs. And when that stops working,
quote-unquote healthy stuff like artificial sweeteners, my friend was showing me a report. Artificial sweetener is actually 2,000 times more sweet, and it's artificial, so it's worse for you if you take it. People say no, it's better, it's less calories, and so it's a big scheme. People just making themselves sick.
It's a whole thing. And plus, you got to remember there's money in all states. I'm sorry, I wasn't finished. Let me finish this out. There's money in all stages of this. There's money to feed you, to make you sick with these addictive foods. There's all the dieting stuff. And then there's, because it's so hard to change a lifestyle that's so chemically driven and habit driven, it's easier just to take pills and cover it up. And then there's a whole spiral of pills. And then when you get to the end of the life, there's all this money in aftercare. People estimate that you lose something like 7/8 of your fortune in the last 2 years of your life. The expenses of taking care of someone in a nursing home is insane. So like, it's designed to milk money every step of the way. And I think some of it, yes, is higher forces running it, but a lot of it is just straight up commercial consumerism, making money where they can every step.
Well, see, unlocking ourselves from this pattern is, yes, our health and well-being. That is very much a part of what I was speaking about, having connection to the natural world. I mean, yeah, we can create artificial food, 3D printers, they'll print food, but what will be the quality of that food, which is so far removed from the world, like from the earth, from land? From how the systems function with each other. I know in my culture, like our entire Thanksgiving and practice of gratitude is actually based upon these natural cycles that actually provide for food to grow, for our sustenance. To actually come from this other place, from this earthly place. Like we literally base our day-to-day, our language even, upon how we are thankful for sustenance, for the sun, for the water, for the thunder, for the earth, for the trees, for every plant, every animal life. And these things
yeah.
aren't empty, like la 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 la. It's not that at all. It's literally, we can't live, we can't thrive, we can't be healthy. Our future generations depend upon our health, because it's also, you know, new science has revealed that how we look after ourselves now, this actually genetically affects these future generations. And again, ancestral knowledge. We look back to how 7 generations ago formed and shaped who we are today, and that today, who I am now, will form those 7 generations ahead. And that very much so, it is your well-being and your connection to the natural world and how you gain sustenance from this natural world. Can that really be superficially created? I actually question whether or not that's even a good idea.
Yeah, me too. Like, I'm wondering if we even need technology at all. Like, I heard we mentioned it a couple of times, you know, if technology reaches this point, but I think it's a distraction. I mean, if you think of your brain as an input device, there are so many inputs that you don't have the time to actually think about the things that we're talking about. And a lot of people have that problem. They're just not aware because so much input from technology. Yeah. I stopped using my phone. I stopped going out. And like, it's interesting. I just read a lot, research a lot.
Yeah, also, they are holding out with the right technology that we really need. They are giving us all the crap technology that we don't really need. Technology to heal us, you know, within a...
No cussing you.
I love him though. I'll let him get away with that one.
I'm joking.
No, that's fine.
But I mean, when you think about it, though, the whatever you call them, the cabal, Illuminati, whatever name you choose, I mean, they have a vested interest.
Let's call them the assholes at the top.
They have a vested interest in keeping us, like you said, addicted to technology, because I believe that they have always been aware that our brain capacity, like you said, we don't need technology. There's so much evidence now in ancient cultures that people moved massive blocks just with the power of their mind or sound or frequency. So, but they don't want us to have that ability to do that. So that's why they keep us addicted to technology. And we all know that these 13 families run all the banks and own all the banks. And we all know that, you know, what they do is every couple of decades or a decade, they'll create a recession so they can scoop up wealth, keep us poor, keep us working. I mean, it's quite true when people say that, you know, we're effectively slaves. And that's, you know, I do genuinely believe that the whole thing is designed to trick us into not regaining and relearning the abilities we've always had. That we are now developing them, and that scares them. That's why they're cracking down on the internet and they're trying everything to keep us dumbed down, because they don't want us to be able to shape our reality, because then we've got the power.
As you mentioned, the cabal. As you mentioned, the cabal and Illuminati and what, Trinidad, where I'm from, is actually one of the only islands in the Caribbean, aside from Grenada, that is a Freemason country. I don't know if that makes a difference in why we're affected here, but it's just something interesting that she mentioned it.
Well, I don't know whether you guys noticed my logo.
Yeah, I did. I saw.
Yeah. So what does it say? Cause and effect. It's always been them, and we're finding, well, people are finding out it is them, and eventually, you know, we'll outnumber them, and they'll be bye-bye.
But my entire country is run by Freemasons. No joke. It's public knowledge. Everyone just knows about it. No one really talks about it.
It won't be like that forever.
Well, the whole world is run by them. I mean, that saying "all roads lead to Rome" is very, very true. You know, and people have researched this in their genealogy and their history, and they've traced them back to Cain and before. So, I mean, they've manipulated and taken over, you know, apparently people say all the major religions, and I mean, they've been doing this for such a long time.
Freemasons,
and I think they've always known this will happen. That's why it's in all the ancient cultures.
You know?
Sorry?
Rothschild and Rockefeller. They're
they're one of them.
Build a big group.
Control all the money and everything that we ever have.
But did you guys know that Freemasons actually brought down Egypt? they wanted more knowledge, and they were the end of Egypt. That's how it collapsed. It kept going, I guess.
Yeah, and they go to 33rd. What it is.
That's why they try to infiltrate my people as well.
That's why they burnt it down.
They took
it's sad what they done to all indigenous people. They did that to them in Australia as well, and New Zealand. Well, New Zealand not quite as bad, but Australia, the indigenous over here are mistreated badly.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they sort of
and
lost souls now.
People don't realise about our money. Money is just a piece of paper, but every time they print money, they actually sell it to our government with interest.
It's worthless.
So we can never pay off our national debts, because every time we print money or get money, they charge interest.
Especially digital currency now.
There are poor people in the world. If we print money, why are there even poor people? Or why are
exactly.
Money is useless.
The rest of the money,
Yeah.
Money is just a way to control everyone. Even digital currency is useless. I mean, you literally do all this work and you get paid in a digital figure that you can't.
Yeah.
That's nonsense.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So break it.
You're forced to depend on this digital number. It's not like you have something to trade physically and get something back for free.
Money is going to disappear and everybody's going to get chipped. We're going to be paying everything with the chip.
People are already getting chipped. It's a big story in America right now.
And also, I wanted to ask Peter, since he left, but anyways, in Sweden, they're starting chipping people at work.
Yeah, in America also.
Wow, that's really scary. I mean, I really genuinely believe that this community worldwide, Lindsay's right, we need to come together as a collective and we need to develop our skills. So these are the newfound for some people or enhanced for other people. We need to develop these skills because we're the collective, we can really change the world.
I want to jump in on that note because of I come from a liberty background where we don't trust the government. We're more self-sufficient. We try to do our own thing. And some of this stuff these communities are already in place and built up that people just don't know about. This all exists. There's a strong Bitcoin economy of cryptocurrencies, people saying, screw you and if you're just going to print fake money, we're just going to go around it and ignore that system. So this stuff is there. We are going to concentrate some more shows on showing you how to live and give you some tools on how to actually try to be more self-sufficient and build the community up so we're not so dependent on life with all these evil forces. And I think I say it out of a place of empowerment, not a place of fear, that I want to show you guys there are some of these answers where we wish we could do this as a community. It already exists. It's just kind of quiet. So I think that's what my Tuesday night once in a while. I'm not sure I want to move that to Monday nights, that show, but that other show I do once in a while, we kind of bust into that knowledge more. So if you're interested in that, just let me know, and maybe we'll do some shows on that. A lot of people said maybe I should do one on how technology is freeing us some, and maybe we could go into that a little more about how to use technology to get away from the current system, basically.
Well, that is a split in humanity that it's going to separate into two factions.
What would be great, Karen, as well, if you could have somebody on who could teach the community how to meditate better and how to enhance their awareness better.
This show's really open-minded. I plan on having some psychics come on. Last week we had people talk about quantum physics and computers, and I would be happy to let maybe a yogi, or a Buddhist or someone or whoever meditates a lot. I'm talking about the kings of meditation. That would be good to have. I would love to hear the perspective. I mean, the only caveat is they need to have an opinion on the Mandela effect.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people do agree with the Mandela effect. They're just scared because we've all experienced it. We brought it up and we just got this hate and this negativity. So it's really to get people to find these communities and show them out. Wow, this is a big community. Join us. You're not alone. Don't be scared of what's happening.
Yeah, and I think this is this is the great thing about this community and these communities. We regardless of race, religion, sexual preference, or whatever, you come together and you don't focus on your individual weakness, but you focus on the strength of the community, of the strength of the whole.
Yeah,
And the strength lies,
I sound like
and
a
the
broken
strength lies
record.
in the diversity of the people.
I really I have a feeling that if you watch this show a year from now, I'm going to be saying the exact same things like a broken record. Let's focus on what we have in common and not our differences, and go that direction. And that's all I can do, man. Is we get so stuck on all these stupid differences, and we have like 90% in common. It's like, I'm sorry you're a different religion. I'm sorry you don't believe what I believe, but you know what? We have all this other stuff, and you know, your family and friends, they have like 50% in common with you. They don't even have close to, I believe what you're saying. I know what you're going through. Everybody thinks I'm nuts too, you know? It's crazy that we just get stuck on bickering about some stupid little side thing.
Well, what I started doing,
Celebrities and other people that has nothing to do with your life, you know?
Yeah.
I started tricking people into the Mandela Effect. Like, I don't bring it up anymore. I'm just like, hey, did you hear about this thing? And I show them like the Star Wars one. They're like, whoa. And they just go into it. That's how I'm building my community locally.
That's
I'm not trying to force it on them.
That's smart, because you can't ever be like, here, people that know you aren't going to take you serious. So it's best to just bring it up sideways and be like, send them one of my videos or send them someone here's videos, you know, don't tackle it yourself. It's weird that people will accept stuff from another authority, just not people they know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Exactly. You have to put some seeds there and then let the seed grow, and they will come over like automatically.
It's kind of like, I don't mean to go off topic, but it's kind of like flat earth. It's like no one ever took me on that, and recently a bunch of NBA stars and whatever started talking about it. They're like, oh, that's what you're talking about, and now they're looking at it. Not that I'm saying it's correct or not, it's just an example. People always look for someone else to tell them who is actually important.
You see each other reflected in each
other.
That's actually the only value to conflict and having those diverse opinions and diverse backgrounds. The only reason why there's value in diversity is because we see ourselves reflected in each other, and we get that opportunity to explore who we are reflected in this particular mirror. And so that's actually the value in it, because there's a certain level of healing that's accomplished from actually being courageous enough to actually look at your authentic self in relation to the other. And in that in that exploration, that's where we actually are able to find the union that becomes the wholeness. Like, we're finding that right now in this community. I mean, we're coming from all over the world. We're coming from so many different contexts, so many different experiences. It's not even our differences that are defining this, it's how we're receiving them and how we condition and we strengthen our ability to receive experiences and to create the wholeness. Like, as I mentioned, like, this is a technology in and of itself, this spiritual kind of like awakening aspect to this Mandela effect, because it's forcing us to look at our subjective reality in context to the whole. We're having these conversations because the whole is not experiencing this exactly the same. It looks different for each and every individual, and it will come to you depending on how you're receiving that knowledge and how you're receiving this experience.
I agree with you 100%. It's like cell phone, like, you use it differently, I use it differently, everyone uses it differently. It's the same thing with the brain. It's like the most advanced technology ever created.
Yeah.
You just use it differently for, you know, taking in media or being, yeah.
So imagine if we actually were able to condition this dynamic we're creating here enough to get into this technology where one day we wouldn't need these computers and cell phones. What if we were able to actually accomplish that? Because ancestral teachings indicate that there was a time and a space when we did have access to that technology, when we actually could communicate in a different way than how we do now with these computers and cell phones. And what if this is just reminding us? What if my mirror reflection of this computer and seeing you all in it is just a reminder that this does exist already?
I wonder what you guys' opinion is about, you know, the new 7 planets that has popped up.
Total rubbish.
I'm a skeptic of NASA in general.
Yeah.
I don't know what
I know, but I just want to know what you guys are thinking.
I basically don't believe anything NASA says now.
Yeah.
Wait a sec, because this is, I know you guys might hear this, but we got a lot of listeners to the show that don't know what you're talking about. Someone catch us up, 7 planets. What are you talking about?
Okay, so NASA apparently has found a new solar system 40 years lights away from our solar system, and there are new 7 planets, and many of them maybe have life in it.
They're like all the 7 planets are supposed to be in the Goldilocks zone. The Goldilocks zone, for those who don't understand, is that exact zone where a planet has to be to create the exact conditions for life, like liquid water and a certain temperature and stuff. And apparently NASA has found a solar system with 7 planets in the same system that are in that zone. Around the sun, I might add, that is weaker than ours. Supposed to be weaker than ours.
Yeah, it was a big news in India as well, 7 planets, because a lot of Indians have wished to become astronauts, and in Asia it was a very big news actually. 7 planets, but if we did,
but also are any of you flat earthers? Do you believe in flat earth?
I don't know. To be honest with the flat earth thing, I don't want to believe it, but as I look away from the evidence, I'm getting basically the balance is towards flat earth at the moment. I don't want to believe it, but I can't deny the evidence I've seen, and I can't explain it as a globe model. So
it's the same thing. I haven't seen it myself, but if it is true, that will open up the world of science to a whole new realm, and that's interesting.
I found out about the world was flat. Like, it was just a random video I was watching. I go outside and everything is so straight. Everything is perfectly So my eyes see what it is supposed to be. I don't see a curvature.
But
I didn't believe it until I saw train tracks running hundreds of miles straight lines. I was like, that's weird.
Yeah, but the fact that it's often like this. It's often like this. I hear people say, you can't see the curvature of the Earth, and it's actually normal that you can't see it. You can't see it with the naked eye.
But what
I believe in a global planet or in a spherical planet. I have a lot of respect for people who believe in the flat Earth, but it's
okay. You see what you said there? I think that's a big misconception. When people say flat Earth, they literally mean Earth and not necessarily the shape of the planet, which is at least the conclusion that I came to.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So I used the wrong term.
No. I just noticed that online. A lot of people, when you say flat Earth, they just immediately think the planet is a flat pancake. So, it's just another.
It literally is flat, but there's a dome on top of it.
Yeah, the firmament.
Yes. And the stars and the sun and the moon are inside, and on top of the dome is water, and then on top of there, as a Christian,
on top of the dome is water. That's the first thing I heard about it. I knew about the firmament. I did know about it because I did research it like a few weeks back for a video on my other channel.
Yeah, I think my beef is I don't really bring flat Earth into this too much because I'm not sure. Oh, someone's got a phone going.
Sorry.
Okay, I'm not sure exactly how it ties in the Mandela Effect a lot, and a lot of people are like, "Hey, talk about flat Earth," and they bring it up. But I think I was really turned off because the flat Earthers on the comments and in the community are so aggressive and belligerent. Like, you're an idiot for not believing what they say. And I think it's just a result of all the abuse they get online for coming out. They're immediately defensive. I'm willing to listen to you. This reality is not real. Like, what does it matter if Earth is round, flat, pancake? None of this reality is real.
Exactly.
I'm not finished.
Everyone, right? And things would still be the same.
Hold on, Terrence, not finished.
I wasn't done here. I think we could have an intelligent conversation about this and discuss it. The problem I've had with a lot of flat earth stuff is, one, the community is very belligerent, and two, they are not that articulate when I'm like, okay, make your case. They're like, well, here's 10 videos to watch. I'm like, no, you should be able to tell me in your own words what you mean. And it doesn't, I'm still a round earth guy. But I'm willing to at least listen to you. Just be polite, man. What is wrong with this community? You know, be nice, and I'd be happy to listen to you.
Yeah.
I wanna like tie that in the flat Earth in a little with the Mandela effect in a comment that I read on a video. I don't remember which video it was. It was not one of mine. And one comment that went there was a guy said, you know, I remember the Earth was spherical in my reality, which made me think that he actually moved
I think it is a division
into a flat Earth reality, and
that's what I believe. I believe if you believe the Mandela effect, you kind of have to believe flat Earth could possibly also exist.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Like,
you know,
Happens.
See, there's stop for a sec. That's the most intelligent thing I've had someone say about it, because it is possible that somewhere there is flat Earth, all different realities, you know.
Yeah.
And then this round Earth, and maybe they came from a flat Earth, and that's what's going on, and we can both be right, you know.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily have to say it's one
Because
or
like
the other.
like an earlier topic we mentioned with the shifts, sometimes I don't feel like it's flat, and I feel like it's round, and sometimes I'm like it's flat. So I don't know.
Can I put a question out there?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just wanted to cut that. Go ahead. You have the floor.
Ken, it's just a question I want to ask you. Are we actually talking from the same reality to each other?
Yeah, you're thinking exactly. You're thinking.
Yeah, you just broke our brains.
No, because we all have our own reality.
You're all in the same together.
Yeah, Raphael, I've been thinking exactly the same thing, that some people are on a flat Earth and some people are on a globe Earth, and we're, you know, that's why these experiments, some experiments are showing, I've seen some experiments where they sent a rocket up and you can actually hear it hit the dome and then stop and spin around, and it's looking down on the Earth. But I've also seen other rockets that have been sent up to 9 miles high, which is far higher than those rockets. And there's no dome. They haven't hit the dome, but the Earth looks flat, and the sun is sat above the clouds. So, you know, maybe there's numerous different types of Earth. Maybe we each create our own Earth, and maybe this isn't real, and we are in some sort of stasis somewhere, and this is just keeping us busy while, you know, we're yeah, I mean, who knows? I've heard the theory that the Earth is actually like a ship. It's actually part of Tiamat, the super Earth that was destroyed, and in our solar system. And the Earth is actually like a stasis chamber, and we are just in stasis while we're traveling to the new home. And that this is now we're waking up. It's actually but this isn't real, and then we can wake up. I've heard that theory, and that makes a bit of sense to me, especially if it is covered in a dome. So
yeah, in India we had one text called Bhu Mandala. So India is like like 5,000 years back we believed in flat Earth, but like in the 15th century we had like globe Earth being introduced. But I think in this time we really should not debate about globe or Earth, because they are going to kill us anyways. Because when Indians believed in, you know, when Indians believed in flat Earth, when Indians believed in flat Earth, they conquered us and then killed us, you know. But when we started believing, they told, because you believed in flat Earth, we killed you. Now when we believe in globe,
I would be annoyed that I'm on Earth and knew nothing about how the Earth looked at it.
Yeah, we should not.
No, I want to know the truth. I don't want to be lied to anymore.
We should come together, especially in India. They are saying like 16 to 17. These 2 years are very critical for human race. That's why we are feeling the vibration. So these 2 years we should let go of all the division. We should come together as a community, because they are going to play a lot of tricks on us.
Have you guys just the beginning ringing in the air yesterday?
Like
I hear a lot of that in Trinidad, actually, like these weird ringing and these vibrations, and it's pretty annoying because I make music, and hearing that all the time is really annoying.
If you guys are having sleep paralysis, anyone of you are having sleep paralysis?
I stopped having it.
No.
And I recently started back having it.
I've been awake for 24 hours now.
Yeah, me too.
So
Me too.
Yeah, there would be a
had
lot
a,
of sleep disturbance.
guys, I kind of had a theory on that, and I don't think anyone's talked about this yet, but I had a vision about sleep paralysis, and I think I know what it is. All right, I've made a couple.
It's sorry, man. I'll just quickly interject. It's
Do it.
sleep fasting. That's what it is.
All right.
You know how you food fast? So it's sleep
fasting. I'm with you. Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Kind of fast.
Sleep paralysis. I think I made some videos about how the Earth frequency has doubled it, and now it's even gone higher. And I was like, well, what's going to happen when these frequencies start hitting the same frequencies as chakras? Is all of a sudden we're going to experience the world in the same frequency as the heart chakra, and everybody's going to be nice? And it's just some ideas I was batting around in my head. And one of them, people keep bringing up sleep paralysis, and I was thinking, maybe since the Earth is starting to vibrate closer to like a theta wave, when you're in hypnosis, I don't know if you guys have ever been hypnotized, but you're basically in theta. And what happens is, it's a combination of alpha and theta. You bounce back and forth, but when someone's in hypnosis, they'll be like, your eyes are so heavy you can't open them, and you literally try and you can't open them. You're in this state where your body's basically paralyzed. I think maybe as the vibrations are rising, that we're getting closer to these states, and they're making people sleep much harder in theta than they normally do, and it causes that state of paralysis. I'm thinking that's maybe what it is. Just an idea that popped in there, but if you guys got better ideas, I'm open game.
Here's a
have
theory.
Here in India,
So I
here's
want
a theory.
to say bye to everybody. It was really great being a part of this chat. I really want to stick around for this last piece, but I gotta get.
Nice talking to you.
I really hope I get to talk to like all of you on the panel, as well as everyone who's in chat. I've been kind of popping in and out, looking at the chat, and kind of, if you see me just kind of giggling for whatever reason, it was like, yeah, I was reading what people in the chat are saying. And yeah, I hang out in chat frequently. So hopefully I'll see you there.
Thank you for hanging, Lindsay. I'm sorry there were so many technical problems. Hopefully next time you can stay on longer. I'll see you in the chat.
Namaste.
Bye. Speak to you later.
Bye.
Bye.
I am going to talk about that because it keeps coming up. I'm going to hijack the show for a sec. Can
I just say one thing, Taryn, just before you go ahead? One more thing about that higher resonance.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead and finish that conversation.
Sorry. Do you think that we are higher resonating because the sun is actually resonating at a higher frequency, and that's why it's brighter and whiter and the moon's brighter and stuff? Do you think that's having an effect on us at a higher resonance?
I think it is the sun, but not the sun that we see, because I follow a bit of a Nibiru thing, and there's very good, clear evidence that the sun that we see every day isn't our original sun. It's actually an artificial construct.
I don't believe it.
Our sun is there, and our sun is changing. If you look into it, they've actually patented. They've got technology. They've had it for decades, and it's been patented.
It's all a distraction.
But if the SETI is real, if the satellites are real, if the telescopes are real up there, then what they're seeing is showing this artificial construct. And that very high altitude camera that the guy in California sent up 4 times that I was talking about, that went to 9 miles high, and the sun was sat way above the clouds, that can't possibly be Seoul. It can't possibly be Seoul. So,
I've been a sunbather all my life. I love the sun, and that's why I moved to the Sunshine State in Australia. And yeah, I don't think it's artificial somehow.
But I don't think
there's actually video from the International Space Station now showing them actually turning on these fake suns.
There's also videos saying that the International Space Station is a complete fraud.
Exactly. So what I'm saying is, if it's real, then you got to choose what to believe, whether you're going to believe it's real or whether you're going to believe, nothing NASA does is real.
Where have you guys seen those recently? Those ISS streams recently? The entire chat is just fake.
Yeah, and you see bubbles. You see bubbles like they're underwater and
stuff. Well, it's clear that some of it was fake.
Yeah.
But that's not proof that all of it.
If there's water above, they train in water to practice for space.
They do,
so
Maybe they were in the firmament water.
But with regards to the frequency in the sun, I don't think anything's changing. I think we're just more aware and more perceptive and letting a lot more into it. So, because even in my
changing.
senses,
it burns me a lot faster now than it used to.
Yeah. Because even my other senses, like smell and taste, everything is increased dramatically.
I wanted to say something about because I watched those videos from you, Dr. Lupo, about the Schumann resonance and how we are possibly from the Mandela community are possibly vibrating higher also and sort of going with the higher vibrations. And you know what the first thing was that came to mind? Rapture. You said ascension. I immediately, how about rapture?
There's
possibly
from Red Hot Chili Peppers, right? The one, the Californication, I think it's called. Yeah. It's like a virtual world. It's like a game and stuff like that. And there's a scene where he goes inside a building, and now it's like a picture of Mona Lisa smiling, like it's been fixed. But as I remember it being a fake moon landing.
Yeah.
I have to check that out because I remember that also.
I remember he went inside the building and there was a camera and the floor was like gray, like the moon, and there was the suit of the spacesuit, and there was the fake moon landing, and now it's just the Mona Lisa instead because Mona Lisa has changed as well.
I recently looked at that video and there was the moon landing because I'm a big fan of him.
Yeah,
so that's interesting. I'm gonna check that out right now.
Rammstein, the German rock group Rammstein. We are living in America. America is wonderful.
Yeah.
They had a moon landing thing on that too.
Yeah. No, but they also in the game GTA is a video game that people play, and there's a place where the moon landing is fake. Also, the most modern film, the one that like yellow and has one eye. What are the names? The Minions. There's even a there's a fake moon landing there as well.
Now that you mention it, a bunch of video games that I do play have these fake moon landing sets in them, like a joke. I've been noticing that recently. Like, why does every game have this?
Well, I think it's what's happening, guys, is Generation Next is starting to come up. There was a time where when I went to school before the internet, you pretty much had to go to a library and encyclopedia if you disagreed with someone, and even then, the Encyclopedia Britannica wasn't that great. So it was much harder to get information, where now young kids can get taught something in school and in 2 seconds go, oh, that teacher's full of BS. That's not how, hey, President Lincoln was not a good guy. Look at this. There's all the stuff he did, So there's a generation of people that have access to knowledge that's starting to come up who are highly skeptical of everything. And in a way, it's good because they're not eating the same crud that we did as kids.
Yeah.
And so this Generation Next is coming up, and their video games are reflecting that. They're starting to question everything, and none of them trust what they're being told. It's great.
It's great. It's magnificent. They need to question things.
The majority of the world doesn't trust anything.
Everybody.
It's not mainstream. They still try to trick us for some reason. Almost no one's agreeing in the comments. Like, it's weird.
Yeah, I've got a funny picture I'm going to show you if I can dig it out here for a sec. I did a poll on the Mandela Effect, right? And I'm going to show this, and I've shown it a couple of times, but it deserves it again in case somebody's new. The highest thing, can you guys remember what the highest thing we all had in common was?
The Bernstein here?
No. The question here, take a look at the polls. The very highest poll was skepticism and distrust of a government or authority. 96% of the people, and that poll has like 20,000 people in it. 96%. Nobody trusts what they're being told anymore.
The government. That's good. Like, I mean, the ones who are controlling us, we should question what they're doing. We should be allowed to tell them and talk to them. And now, wherever we question, we get arrested and or killed. Like, you never can do anything, anymore.
Yeah, I mean, it's a distraction. If you want to get caught in that world, I was caught in that world a long time of just distrusting everything. But I think the only thing you can do now is maybe acknowledge that there's multiple answers to things. Maybe there really is a round and flat Earth. Maybe there is two versions of things, so we can stop arguing. Because
I have a question that kind of changes the dynamic. What if no one's changing it, but, well, on our Earth, but someone's sending us signs, like, because a lot of the pop culture things like Disney and Star Wars, there's propaganda. Like, everyone knows Disney's propaganda to make you believe.
Very propaganda.
I feel like someone's showing us signs, like, look, follow the trail.
Heard another theory on this.
Mickey with the tail is.
Wait, I want to jump in on that question. I've heard a theory about this because some people were like, well, what if, you know, CERN could really screw up people's memories, or the government had a program where they could insert and erase people's memories? Maybe there's like a good guy, like an Edward Snowden in there that's saying, you know what, I'm going to send out signals and let people know this is happening, but I can't do it openly. I've got to just screw with popular culture. It's like, I kept saying I feel like we got hacked by Beavis and Butthead because they're not doing anything important. They're just screwing movie lines and stuff. And maybe it is, if that exists, maybe there is a good guy in the back, an Edward Snowden kind of guy.
Because changes in the Bible make sense that they would do that to us.
There's got to be. There's always an opposite to everything because one can't exist without the other. So of course there is.
Of course there is.
Yeah, and
Karen,
maybe they're even from. Hold on, I want to go a little deeper. Maybe it's even from different realities. It's not even from our reality. Someone in another reality is like sending us signals, going, "Hey guys, wake up! You're too far into the video game. You don't realize you're playing it." You know, it could be messages. It really could be. I never even thought about that. That was some different reality doing it.
Yeah.
All right, I'm sorry. I'm turning the floor to you guys.
But it's also things like when you find out. Songs, when you reverse the songs, there's coded messages in that the celebrities are trying to tell us too. So you're right when it comes to people who are maybe inside the industry or whatever they're inside in an occult or whatever, they do try to put out some sort of a message to actually wake you all up.
Yeah, Melanie wanted to cut in. Go ahead.
Yeah, one thing that I'd be really interested to know is whether there is a correlation between people becoming aware of this area, if you like, and the amount of time they spend listening to music and television. Because whether there's a connection between people not watching as much television, specifically advertisements, and whether that reducing their viewing time actually awakens them. Because we all know that, you know, but it's patented long ago that they're using subliminal messaging and the frequency in the televisions to, you know, indoctrinate and brainwash people. So I'd like to know if there's a correlation there.
Yeah, well, there's two splits in humanity. Ones that can be brainwashed and ones that can't, like us.
We get everything subconsciously, no matter what information is out there. Even if we don't want it, it goes inside our brain. And in some way we do it without realizing it. And sometimes we just realize and be like, why do I do this? Or why do I know this? And, you know, everything goes inside, even if we don't want that information.
Yeah, but if you're not watching it, if you're not actually watching the television, or you're not watching the adverts, then you might not be getting those signals or as many of those signals.
They call it programming for a reason.
You know, you believe in somebody and, you know somebody personally, they tell you an information and you believe in them. And then that information evolves. You know, no matter what, it's still something out there.
Yeah, because I still look at a lot of TV and I see the bullshit now, but I still enjoy it because I realize it's just nonsense. Like even back to Flat Earth, a lot of TV shows, they go out of their way to be like, oh yeah, and the Earth is flat, right? Like for no reason. Or like the same thing we're talking about, like the Mandela Effect. There's a bunch of shows coming out on Netflix about it.
Yes.
Bunch of movies.
Yeah, they're bound to cash in. I mean, I can't even watch the same shows anymore. The shows I used to love, you know, it's really hard for me to actually get absorbed into the story now because it just, I mean, I've always known they're fake, but they just seem more fake.
Yeah, you're like watching the background going, oh, that guy walked across a map, and you're pausing it to see if it's old map or new map. The Mandela Effect's kind of ruined. It's in effect, it's ruined entertainment in a way. And what I notice is, I feel that I'm a much different person than I was a few years ago, and even I would say even a few months ago, that I'm moving a lot more towards, you know, a peaceful existence and nonviolence. And the stuff I used to like I'm starting to really dislike sports, which is weird because I played rugby for 20 years. It's because it's like just so violent. And in the video games that I really like, I'm kind of like starting to move away from, because I just feel like they're not as fun anymore. There's something like, I don't know how to explain it. I'm returning to like simple video games instead of really hardcore stuff, and just going back to like puzzles and
even popular video games are boring.
I feel like that you know, violence. I've changed so much that even violence in entertainment is really kind of getting hard to stomach at this point.
Yeah, I completely agree. And my interests have changed. But in the last 6 months since I've become awakened to this, yeah, I completely agree. I know exactly how you're feeling and what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, I can still play violent games and I laugh. If the violence is absolutely absurd, like I play a game called Broforce, which is like this super making fun of America being hell yeah, America, you know, these kind of guys. And
America,
it's, right? It's yeah, I know everybody wants to say the line, but we're not going to go there. America.
Yeah, I didn't say it. That's why I went blah blah blah.
But, so I play this, and I find that kind of level of violence amusing, because it's just overtly supposed to be ridiculous. But then, like, if you play a game where, you know, I don't know, like what's the one everybody plays constantly?
Call of Duty.
Call of Duty, just like
I love it.
I'm just like, I
can't play it anymore.
It bugs me, man. It's like,
not even that. It's just you're programming yourself to do repetitive things. Just run around, shoot, run around,
violence,
shoot.
Violence.
Yeah, like Counter-Strike as well.
Like it's tough for me because maybe you're not at that place. But I'm saying, for me, like, entertainment is changing. Melanie was saying that she doesn't enjoy the show she used to enjoy. I'm not really enjoying the video games I used to enjoy, or the shows. It's really weird. It's like I'm getting turned off by all the low vibration stuff, and maybe that's maybe other people are feeling that in the chat. I don't know. I'm trying to see if they got feedback.
My personal one is music. Like, I can't listen to music nowadays. I feel like music is more about sex, more about violence, more about money, more about, you know, having all these things and houses. It's in the 90s. Like, I grew up in the 90s, and the R&B, like, they were a little bit, you know, stuff like that, but they still talked about passion and positivity and good vibes and stuff. Now it's just the negativity that influenced all these children there of like 13, 14 years old. They look like me. Like, they look like they're 25. It's really sickening and really
I think you've just gotten old, right? That's what people, those darn children with their rock and roll music.
You want to know something interesting about music, as a person who makes music himself?
No, I just wanted to make a joke about that, but I think she's right. The music definitely took some sort of really negative force came in. You can really tell the difference between like the 50s, 60s, and 70s. It's transitioning, and then the 80s and 90s, man. It's like the 90s. It pretty much, the music just turned really negative vibe. You said
it's not about the content. As someone who makes music,
out there.
Let the musician talk. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, I'm not a musician, but I know about frequency. Basically, they changed the frequency of music. From a harmonizing in line with the human resonance. They change the music to be harmonious with this human resonance. So that's what probably makes you think it changed.
No, that's always been
the content. It's the frequency. The actual mixing of the music is different.
The frequency's always been at like a 440, and I know that they were talking about trying to make music in 528 so it would resonate better. Like, the music frequency since modern times, a couple hundred years ago, was purposely made to not harmonize with us, in a sense, not our souls.
That's how I got into.
I'm
Egyptians.
sorry. Go ahead. Tell us.
No, that's actually how I got into this, because I wanted to learn how the Egyptians use sound to incorporate that into my music. So that's how I started learning about these frequencies, and like even stuff like Led Zeppelin. You listen to that, you actually feel good, and it stimulates your brain. The frequencies that they made and how they mix that music. And music now is flat. It makes you feel dull. It makes you feel boring and repetitive, and
You get easily bored as well. Like you hear the song 3 times, now you're tired of it. Like before, it was music like you could listen like 24 hours and not.
Because I can actually hear the difference in the music that I love and the music that I try to make, but even with the programs, it comes out so flat and like, and some songs you listen to and you literally feel like you're flying, like your pineal gland is being stimulated by the frequencies. It's interesting.
Yeah. You know, singers are not even singers anymore. They're just entertainers, and it's really disappointing.
Still plenty of good singers.
I actually only listen to these days. I only listen to a channel here on the radio that's playing music from the 70s, the 80s, and the 90s.
Yeah.
I don't listen to new music anymore, and I get sometimes you know, bad rap for this on at work and stuff.
Yeah, people ask me, you know, about whatever. Did you see this on the Oscars or Grammys? And I'm like on a different plane. I'm like, what? You guys watch that stuff? What are you talking about? You know, I'm so gone beyond. I'm not a. I think if I had a kid, they would be horribly, horribly embarrassed of me.
And actually, EDM, like electronic dance music, like some of the songs I listen to, it makes me feel so angry and so
pissed off.
Like, I get it as the energy, but some of them just, it's not a natural type of energy.
You know,
and it's the frequencies in the song that make you feel like that. You feel like tribal, sort of primitive.
Wait,
sort
you
of
make
like,
music?
Yeah, I do.
So you're a singer as well, or just make?
Oh no,
music?
I produce music.
Oh, okay. I'm a singer.
Oh, that's really interesting. We should connect after.
I got my trumpet. Let's go. Let's do this.
I can sing here to you all.
Maybe we can make a song that wakes everyone up.
Yeah, the Mandela
song. Some people might remember the lyrics differently though. Like,
yes, it's not there anymore.
Does anyone listen to those binaural frequencies?
Yeah,
I mean, I've tried to listen to them, and they're really nice. Because I don't listen to pop culture either. I like Simon Garfunkel, country music, stuff I used to when I was young. But the binaural frequencies, they're supposed to be able to help you, you know, develop your.
Melanie, I want to share something with you. I have for you guys that got like the Alexa Dots or the Echoes, all that stuff for Christmas that was popular. I have one, and you know you can play binaural beats. I use it every night. I put a timer on. I put it on for an hour, and I fall asleep to binaural beats, and it really makes you lucid dream.
Yeah.
When your dreams.
Really? Oh, I'll try it then.
Put it on at night before you go to bed. But if you
recommend specific ones to me?
Yeah, I can send links, but they're all over YouTube. You can set it up. I'm just saying I use the Amazon Echo thing because it's so it puts it on a timer and shuts it off, and I don't have to deal with it.
It's also always listening to you.
You know that records everything, don't you?
You know, your phone also records everything, your webcam, and everything. So, tell me something.
But on your phone,
people are like, I can't believe you have that in the bedroom. And I was like, well, have you ever carried your phone into the bedroom?
Even actually some TV models got sued for putting microphones in TVs listening.
I mean, come on. Yeah, everything records you now. TVs. So you can, we can try. Basically, you just have to turn off all the Wi-Fi and electric in your house.
The thing with the beats, with the binaural beats, though, people start too high with the frequencies and they can't focus on it. Like you have to start with the low frequencies and sort of build yourself up to the third eye one.
Good to know. All right.
Yeah.
I have a question.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's this YouTuber named Curiouser and Curiouser. I don't know if you have seen his videos, but he's like amazing to remember everything. And he puts like video almost every day for things that has changed. So I do really want you to contact him and maybe.
You know, and if you think, by the way, in the chat, if you're listening too, if you would like to see a guest come on this show and jump in and talk to us, I have a hard time contacting everyone. I can try, but it works a lot better if you are active on this guy's channel and you say, hey, Taryn would love to have you on a show. Can you contact him? I'll give you my email. It really helps if you guys can open the doors for me. And so, you know, you're like, if you're active on their channel, they trust you already. They know they're not going to like walk into an interview ambush. See, we're talking about a bunch of weird stuff. And people are very nervous to come on a show and talk about it because they feel like I'm going to like hit them sideways with some weird question and ambush them. And it's a real natural reaction until they watch the show and they see how it flows. So if you guys will help me, I'll be happy to put any guest on you want.
Yeah, but he's so amazing. I recently found him. I don't know if he's male or female. I am not sure. But I found him, and he has like such a good memory of many things that has changed. So it's not just something that we have like the 109th Mandela effect, but it's like more than that now. And he's quite. I'm very surprised by how much he knows.
And bring him. I love it. Any, I want to keep this show fresh. So if you guys know new people, bring them.
Can I ask a question? Is anybody looking into the dangers of EMF, for example? Because I started to look into it, and I got the protective the multi-layered frequency, multi-layered things you stick on your phones and your modem, etc., which supposedly changes the frequency, and also
orgone energy. Yeah, that's the one. Orgonite. Yeah.
I've got a necklace and that, and I plan. I bought some other orgonite chopping board. So yeah, I just wondered if everyone else was interested. Oh wow, did you make it yourself, or did you buy it?
I bought it off a on-site. They don't exist now, but they're called, funnily enough, and it's from the Matrix. It's called the Keymaker. And I bought about 9 of those and got them spread around. I've actually got a device I've plugged into the PowerPoint as well, and that turns all bad electricity.
Well,
I want to share. Wait, I'm sorry, Mel. I want to jump in here for a second, share something. I had this problem in my practice where some people came in and they were getting sick, and no matter what nutrition we fixed and whatever I did to their nerves, nothing worked. And until I said, well, tell me about your house. Where do you sleep? What's going on? Why are your sleep so horrible? And we went around and we eventually figured out that the bed was right against the washing machine and dryer. And in other words, the other room had this gigantic electric panel sitting there. And when I had them simply move the bed 12 feet away, their problems all got better. They were poisoned by all the messy, what do they call it? Messy electricity in the house. So if you have problems in your house and you're feeling like sick and nobody knows what's wrong with you, check where your electrical fields is. There's also one other really useful tip that I use is I'm a big fan of grounding. And if you don't know what that is, there's videos all over the internet. But basically, it's like making sure that we actually touch the ground, because ever since man invented shoes, we no longer have an electrical flow to the earth. It blocks it with a piece of rubber. We're never meant to wear shoes, and it causes all kinds of problems.
I always walk around in bare feet.
Yeah, let me finish this, and then you can have the floor.
No, that's it. That's a quick comment.
All right. Well, all right. Wait a sec, and let's try this again. All right. So yeah, grounding is if you want effects. Basically, here's the deal: is we're deprived of electricity. Your body and cells are supposed to have a proper electron flow. And when we walk around on the ground, you create you basically trade electrical flow with the earth. You get charged, and your cells and stuff run on electricity too. And this is nothing new. If you drag your feet across a carpet, you can walk across and shock someone. You can conduct electricity through your feet. You build a static charge up. That being said, you can get really, really sick if you cut that charge off. If you live on like a 3rd-story floor where there's a bunch of rubber and metal in between you and the earth, and you every time you go out, you're in shoes and you never touch the ground, it causes problems with that natural electric flow that we had. The way to solve some of that is they have these things called earthing or grounding sheets. So in other words, these little fibers of metal are weaved into the bed, and you just run a wire and stick it into the ground, basically. So every night you sleep, it will protect you. You create like an electrical bypass. You're grounded when you're sleeping, and it protects you from all that stray radiation and all that. I'm not saying it correctly. The bad frequencies that really aren't supposed to hit you.
Yeah, we understand.
Dirty power.
So if you guys are really interested, I use a grounding sheet. They cost about $100 on Amazon, and you attach it directly to the ground. It's like a wire that runs off your sheet, and it is a huge difference. When you use a grounding sheet, you actually, the inflammation comes out of your body for some people because they're so deprived of electrical flow that they have inflammation. There's all this cool research coming out on grounding sheets. So grounding's really neat. And the easy way to protect yourself from a lot of that electrical flow, especially while you're sleeping, is just use one of these grounding sheets. So that is my public service announcement again.
Thank you. I would definitely look into them. You know, for the moment I've got Organite, but I'll definitely will look into that. Because you're right. I mean,
I don't think we can have enough stuff, Mel. I think we got to protect ourselves. Like if I could live in a Faraday cage, I would, because I think all these all these things floating around are not good. All these frequencies.
No,
One of my friends actually moved out into the forest and built his house and whatever off the grid.
Nice. I want to do that one day.
I'd love to do that.
Get out.
I mean, it's amazing how dangerous a microwave is. You know, if you stand within 5 feet of it when it's switched on. And
not even microwave, like cell towers have the same parts as in a microwave that's not used for anything but a microwave. So they can heat areas. They can give people who live next to cell towers have a high rate of cancer.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm sorry, I got to leave.
What, you mean you can't stick around for a 5-hour show? What's wrong with you?
No,
this show
I got to learn
like
from
2
Chris
hours.
how to be awake by 16 hours a day.
I
think Chris can
understand.
teach me his techniques.
Eventually, I won't need sleep ever. No.
Well, I really appreciate you coming, and
I need to learn from you.
You've been a joy to have on the show, and honestly, I thought the show would go like 2 hours. I don't know what it's going to here because it's been fun. It's just going.
Yeah, it's
we have more. We have stuff.
What I'm going to do is send you a link. I'm changing where we're going in the chat, and I'm going to drop links at the end of the show to the new chats. We're going to try some different stuff, but I'm going to invite all these panelists to come hang out in the chat room, and you'll catch them sometimes in the middle of the day when everybody else is sleeping or whatever. There's a lot of international people that like to talk to each other, so I'm going to make sure that you get a link so these people can keep asking you questions. Also, please go check out your channel. You want to plug your channel before you go?
Yeah, actually, I don't really if you like, I am making content all over the place. So if people Google search it and if they find, that will be fine for me. So my channel is Soul Voice. I will just, you want to?
Yeah, I'll put the channel link in the description. That way people can find him directly without much work. And he does do Mandela stuff, but he also, I thought your videos on copper was really interesting, drinking out of copper water. And I've kind of heard some of that.
Vessels, yeah,
that's a whole nother topic I think you need to come back and discuss sometime.
Yeah.
I think it's really interesting.
I've heard about that copper deficiency. Yeah, recently I read about that.
We've actually got gold deficiency too. Gold is the one. Autonomic gold. That's what we need.
Yeah, that's a whole nother
I think we're basically deficient in everything.
I'll go a little further into that, but there was some doctors out there, one that I can't remember his name. He talks about that most of the old cultures used to use metals to basically hold electricity from the sun. Remember I was talking about how you can get electricity from the ground when you walk around on it. Some people also charge electrically with the sun. And back in the day when we were out in the sun for 10 hours a day and walking around barefoot, we got everything we needed. But now, we've kind of moved so far away from what we were supposed to be that, you can go for weeks without sun and literally years without touching the ground. It's made problems for our bodies. And some people say that you can take things like colloidal platinum or gold or coppers, and I'm not sure about copper, but I do know gold and platinum will actually help you hold more of a charge from the sun. These people actually take this stuff and then go sit in the sunlight, and they process the energy from the sunlight better. I am not an expert in this, so if you know more than me, please feel free to link. And
in India, there is a guy who's sun gazing. He looks at sun every morning and draws the energy, and he don't have to drink or eat anything. There is a guru in India. I think he went to US and a lot of scientists did test on him. So it's sun gazing. I think it has become very famous now. You just look into the sun every morning and so
that's really interesting. There was, I forgot about. There was supposed to be a guy in India that has never eaten, that just survives on sunlight, and they were like, "Oh, he's alive," and they were trying to do tests. I never know what happened with that.
No, he's still alive and well.
I don't know if you're aware in your culture, but I recently come across something. It's just triggered my memory. I can't remember where, but something that suggested that gold is unique, and it used to be called a soul metal or something to do with our souls. I don't know if anyone knows.
It's to do with the electrical circuitry in our brain, and the more gold we have in our brain, the more powerful our brain can become.
A lot of colloidal white gold. I think it's
the same thing what the Egyptians did.
Monoatomic gold.
They surrounded themselves by gold, built gold coffins. They ate gold.
But it's got to be atomic gold. It can't be just any old gold. It's got to be atomic gold.
Right.
But it's interesting. Anyone who worships the sun.
Again, we're going to have to get some people on that really. I know there's some experts in that field, and it'd be cool if we could get them on the show because it's a mystery to me. I've never tried it, but I have seen some really raving reviews about using this stuff in sunlight to connect spiritually too. So I, who am I to second guess? I don't know.
Yeah. If you look at any sun worship, they all cover themselves in gold.
Yeah, but most of the sun worshipping is actually,
Yeah, it's bad.
Yeah.
But they do use the gold.
The sun.
Well, the idea was that the radiation from the sun would affect you differently without metals in your body and with metals. And they were looking at like these old Egyptian hieroglyphs, and all the pharaohs were drinking this stuff that was basically platinum and gold colloidals, and they knew the secret. They lived really long. They sun worship, and there's like pictures of them here holding mirrors and bouncing it and looking at the sun. And they even reversed the sunlight with a mirror because apparently the sun's the wrong rotation. The sunlight that comes in, it's supposed to be reversed after it goes through the atmosphere, and it's not happening or something like that. So I'll have to really study up and come back on that. But the point is it goes way back even to the Egyptians, where the elite class all drank and lived really long lives. They used silver and gold and sunlight.
They actually still do that today, the elite. It's interesting. Yeah,
I wouldn't doubt. Oh my gosh, we had someone join us, Bob.
Yeah, hi Bob.
Coming in hour 5. What's going on?
He was always there in my reality.
Guys, for your time.
Say goodbye to India. Thank you, India.
Bye. Bye.
We love India. Bye, Suni.
Bye.
Thanks, buddy.
Bye.
Come back, Sunil.
Sure.
See you, man.
I will.
I'll be back in a sec. We'll take a break.
All right. So let's welcome. Bob was supposed to originally be on the show, but he had some dogs and sound issues or something going on. So hopefully,
I had some issues with my earphones as well. They wasn't working.
So
I couldn't hear.
I'll have to bring you in for the next show because we're going to start winding this down soon. But I'd like you to go ahead and say what you want to say and say what country you're from, what's going on there, and whatever you'd like to add in. You were supposed to be an original guest that just didn't work.
Yeah, sorry about that. I'm from Spain, just outside of Gibraltar.
¿Qué tal?
What I was talking to Taryn about earlier was shadow beings. I don't know if you spoke with that on your show.
No, you can go ahead and talk about anything at this point. Go ahead.
Seem to be they seem to be ramping up quite a bit. We see more and more of them all the time now. These shadow beings. Well, I call them beings.
The reason why they are is because human consciousness is ramping up. So of course they have to bring in the opposite.
Bob has a really interesting story because there's some people have contacted me about shadow beings, but he was telling me some pretty interesting stuff that like other people in the house are seeing them and they're like all over the place. So Bob, why don't you go ahead and expand on shadow beings?
Yeah, well, my father lives next door to me, so he's in the house next door, and he's been seeing them for quite a while. And I've seen them quite a while. My wife has seen them, but he's also seeing animals as well, animal shapes, which seem to be all over his house. I haven't seen animal shapes myself yet, but I've definitely seen they literally look like a human, but with no form. You know, it's hard to explain it because you can never catch them full on. They're always out with your peripherals of your vision. They're never full on. The minute you go to look full on, you're gone. and you keep saying to yourself, did I see that? Did I see that? Was it a shadow? Yes, but where from? You know, so there's some weird things. And over the last 2 years, it has ramped up over here.
Yeah, and you were telling me that you didn't feel like these were evil beings. Like some people will say shadow beings are demons. Some Christians will be like, you know, you better ask Jesus for help.
Yeah, I don't get any of it. I don't get any.
You don't get any of the evil presence. Is it more like you're seeing the two realities are sitting on top of each other, and you're just kind of seeing people from another reality for a minute? Is it an evil intent, or is it just like a matter of fact? There's a shadow person.
I don't class that. I don't class them as being evil in any way because I don't feel threatened by them.
Yeah, I kind of feel that's kind of. I mean, not that I do believe demons are real and evil things are out there, but I'm not sure that we're seeing that all the time. I think that some of these are glimpses into the other reality that's sitting on top of us. That's kind of like flashing.
I think we spoke about when I said I think it might be bleed over. It could be a bleed over between two realities, and they could be seeing us as a shadow on their reality. We're seeing them, they're seeing us. It's a moment where they just sort of becoming close, and it could be me in another reality walking past my window.
Yeah, it's really interesting to think you're seeing yourself and your other family, just a couple seconds behind you walking around in another reality. You could be just looking at yourself, and maybe that's why they appear as shadows. We shouldn't see ourselves.
Yeah, I think he's a spirit because I've seen them all my life. Very often I'll see cats or dogs. I'll feel them. I'll see them in the corner of my eye. They'll jump on my bed at night. I'll see reflections of it's like a shadow going past me. I've seen them for years, and I've just always thought they were spirits and not felt threatened by them. And so I'm not sure I believe in their other versions of us because I've got a doppelganger in my city, and many people have seen her over the years, and I use it when I'm out. I use walking sticks, and she even now not only still looks identical to me, but uses the same walking stick in the same hand. And people have seen her, and they're convinced it's me, but it's not me. So that is a version of me from another timeline.
I think the thing about spirits is the older generation talk more of ghosts. I'm not saying you're old, Melanie. The older generation talk more of ghosts, basically because we didn't know about dimensional shifts. We didn't know about possible other entities. So what we were calling ghosts years ago could still be this. I mean, how long has this bleed over been going on? How long have we been coming together into this reality? Was it CERN that done it a couple of years ago or not? Well, they reckon we've been jumping in and out of realities all our lives, but we haven't noticed it. This is what we're waking up to.
Yeah, I think CERN's probably accelerated it, and they're trying to take control of it. But I do believe it's a natural process. And you're right, it could very well be not the ghost. It could very well be something else. But I know many people who've been physically harmed by them. So I can't see that being person in another reality.
Maybe they're just as scared as you are.
Or maybe, there are different, like I said, I think it's what you create here in this reality that if you focus on that they're devils and demons, they will become devils and demons. And if you think, oh, they're just harmless shadow people, they'll leave you alone. I think it's what your focus is.
I think it's true for everything that nothing is actually good or evil. It's just the people who make it good or evil. It's just your own choice if you want to see it the positive way or the dark side.
Yeah, that kind of goes back to the Bible, where we didn't even know good or evil until they ate it.
Well, funny thing, I was in bed the other night. I had a bit of a smoke, and I was in bed, and I was having to lay down. I was well chilled out, and I was thinking to myself, what if? Because I like doing what ifs. What if we are actually the made up species as such, in the sense that our bodies work like the computer. They work with electrical signals, they send signals to the brain, we got iron in the blood, we got everything else. So we're basically like a biological computer. I think David Icke calls us biological computers, and a lot of other people do. We work on the same lines. What if it's artificial intelligence, i.e. from the atom, as electrons, positive and negative, what if artificial intelligence actually produced biological beings? Doing it from a different...
We are not meaningful. Then our existence is nothing then. We're just made. Like,
well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, we're always looking from it, but we're biological and artificial intelligence comes after. What if, just as a paradox, that's just a different way of looking at it. What if artificial intelligence has always been around?
That's interesting.
Yeah. What if it's always been around?
That goes back to Mr. Lupo's point with like printers printing other printers.
Yeah, this is it. I mean, if machines can make machines, what if they suddenly thought outside the box as intelligent electronic beings, whatever? And they said, "No, no, we'll try something else." And they started making life, and we are the result of that. It's only something was going through my mind because I thought I've never heard anybody really sort of say that, but it's a possibility. But we could be the result of intelligent AI.
well, I think it's a bit sad to think like that, though.
Well, no. Why should it be sad? Why should it be sad?
Because then our existence is nothing. Then why are we here? Like it's just for fun. Like I don't get that. It's just
it doesn't have to
nothing.
It doesn't have to be sad because of this. Yeah. Because of this, I did a research on the simulation theory a while back, and one of the theories was that possibly we were a program that was made in order to see how we would interact and how we would react in certain circumstances. So there is possibly always a sense to or a meaning to life, or even if it's made, or even if it's artificial. So
yeah. And why should we class? Sorry, why should we class all intelligence, artificial intelligence, as evil?
Yeah.
Which seems to be the run on it. Oh, it's AI, it's evil. Why shouldn't it be?
I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
I'm also there's some people that like me that I believe all this is a fake simulation anyway. So what exactly is AI? You know, it's just an intelligence from out of this reality that comes in, and I think you know, probably AI. If I were to create a robot, and considering the way I see things is like streams of consciousness come in and they inhabit life. So how is it that much different if I were to have a baby or bring a kitten in to build this robot that a stream of consciousness comes down and takes over and becomes? Is it just another vessel that we could use to experience this reality, and then you split and go out of this reality?
I think that's what a lot of people are trying to do.
That's what I believe.
I don't necessarily think it has to be evil. It's probably just another vessel.
No, but if you was artificial intelligence, what a perfect robot to build. A self-replicating, self-thinking robot, be it a biological one, which can literally run its own program, interact with other programs, and basically exist, and also improve. So I mean, it's an ideal program. And if it was done the other way around, we'd be calling it the D-Wave computer.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I don't think it's a sad thing. I don't think it's sad like what Marie's saying. I don't think it changes anything. Yeah, I don't think it changes anything. It's just a different way of looking at it. It's like we made computers, computers made AI, and now AI is actually making AI. And we were made from somebody else, a greater power, so it doesn't really change anything. It's just a different way of looking at that loop of creation.
But the thing is, we still don't know what that greater power is.
Yeah, I think that's what I think life is.
We're only surmising and guessing at the greater power. But say the greater power isn't an old man up in a cloud with a beard. In actual fact, it's basically pure energy. Well, pure energy would not differentiate between good and evil, because all energy is good. It can be used for bad, but all energy is good. So it wouldn't differentiate between good and evil, which is probably why we have good and evil anyway. That can't differentiate.
I have a question. How do you think Adam and Eve perceived the world before they ate the apple? That's something that's always been bothering me. Like, how do you think they saw everything?
Adam, well,
it's only after the introduction of good and evil we kind of perceive the world the way it is.
Yeah, but well, you're asking someone who doesn't believe in
binary.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if you believe in the binary, yeah, the binary is the same, isn't it? I mean, it's
the Bible talks a lot about this, so it's happening because it's also written down.
I like that. It's hilarious.
Well, on this note, I think it's a good time to start moving this 2-hour show to a close. 2/5 hour show.
Keep getting longer and longer, don't they?
Well, the conversation was so good. I was like, I'm just gonna let it keep going. It's really interesting, and the chat room's not hurting. No one's like, hey, end the show. Everybody's like just still going and talking. But there is a limit to how long I want one show to be. So here's the deal. Do you guys, I'm going to throw this across there. Do you feel that in the chat room, did you like the international panel? Was this like a successful, should we do it again, or is this a one-time runoff? And I thought it was really fun. I like having different panel guests. It's good to see such, actually the interaction between them was really interesting. So I think maybe we should possibly do one. I don't know. I'm gonna throw this out there. Would you guys feel it was good?
Yeah, I'll try to get on the next one if I can, Taryn.
Yeah, the time doesn't really matter for me. Anytime's great.
Taryn, I would love to join once if it's the Christian one or something like that. I would like to be in one live stream that has to do with that.
Yeah, we do have a Christian stream every once. One of the first ones we did was one. There probably a time to do another one, because I think we've had a lot of people ask about, let them go in and talk about scripture and stuff, because I found it really fascinating. It was a good show. Jacob Israel's the one in that one.
Yeah, I really want to talk to him.
Yeah, I'll see if I can do that. I'll set that up. But what I'm thinking is, here's the deal. This is what I'm seeing a bunch of new faces in the chat because of the time, I think, because normally my shows are late at night. They're from 8 to midnight, which is like in India, like 4 a.m. or something. I don't know. Or I know he can't make it in the middle of the day. Sorry, that's way later. Anyway, point is because I shifted the show 10 hours earlier, we have a lot of new people in here. So what we might need to do is maybe do this every few weeks, do a Saturday show, and give people a chance that, one, it's a Saturday, so you're not at work, and two, it's in the daytime for all of our international friends. Also, I think we do it again. Everybody seems to have liked it. They're saying in the chat right now. It's just I'm going to keep you in the loop. I don't know what the topic will be next time in the international. We might just bring you on and just start talking about popular
all over the show.
Yeah, just like I do with my other show. I just let it roll, and you guys can interact.
Marley, he changed the words on his song.
I'll sit back and enjoy the show. So I'm going to try. Sean keeps saying, bring Meegs back. I've been emailing Meegs for weeks, and she responds and says she's coming, and then she doesn't come.
Oh,
so I don't know. I think she's really busy at work or what's going on with her, but she's always invited, man. The other thing is I really want this international community to click too. So what I'm going to do is we are trying to move away from Google Hangouts because it's sloppy. It's a clunky system. It's slow. There's security problems. People just like control in all the time, and it's unfortunately the best that we have at the moment. But we are moving our chats over to Telegram. It's a lot more secure, and then I will talk to you about how to do the video chatting when we're there. So what Telegram is, I keep preaching about, like stop giving away all your information so easily. That everything we talk about and everything we're doing is pretty much recorded everywhere. But Telegram is at least a good level up. Eventually, we'll move our chats to something called Signal, which is completely encrypted and anonymous. They're not quite there yet. So this is a testing. We're going to go to Telegram. What that means is you can install this on your computer, your phone, your tablet, And I'm going to drop a link. Let me get it. And when you click this link, it'll tell you what you need to do. Once we're in the Telegram, that is where I'm going to be hanging out. So if you want to talk to me, you come to the Telegram link. Otherwise, you could still go to the Google chats are still alive and well, but they are slowing down because more people are starting to use Telegram. If you're having really problems, you can go into the Google chat, but I'm going to really push for Telegram first. I just have to get the address for it.
App? Or what is it?
It's an app, yeah, but it allows you to chat without so much spying, and
Is it also available on computer or just on
computer, phone, all this. You'll just go to the store. Like I'm going to drop a link right now, and what'll happen is it will go over to it'll bring you to a new chat room. Now you won't be able to enter the room until you put the app on your phone or go through the computer. And if you really have problems, they'll still be the Google Hangouts. They're not going anywhere particularly that fast. But if you want to actually talk to me, I will be over in there. So I'm dropping it right now. Here's the link to the room. And it's a secured room. So if we do get trolls, that link will change over and over. And so there's the link. I'm dropping it. And I'm dropping it into the chat for you guys as well, our private chat here on Hangout. So you guys will see that. I'll be happy to send it to you after the show. It does take a minute or two to get used to it and download it. So we'll have some tech support over there to help you understand it. But we keep talking about, hey, let's try to move freer and do something. So we're going to test this and see if it works. And hopefully you guys will install it and join us over there. I'm going to let my guest have some parting words here. I'm going to go through the panel, say one or two things. Keep it under about 2 minutes. We'll go through the panel and let you guys say whatever you want to say at the end here. Okay, let's start with, oh, well, you know, Raphael, you were one of the first on, so go ahead and say your piece, buddy.
I really liked the show here. It was everything what I expected, and I really hoping I can join the next one, and I'm actually contemplating on coming on one of the regular Thursday ones, even if it's 2 o'clock in the morning, and I have to work I have to go to work like at 6 in the morning. So, but I really enjoyed it, and I think I learned a lot. I think I have to process a lot in these coming days about all the things that I've heard here, and basically it was just what I needed this early in my Mandela Effect experience. So
we hope you'll come hang out in the chat rooms, Raphael, and make some friends. Also, guys, go show his channel some love. I'm trying to get him up to 200 subscribers. You know, your first 100's like impossible on YouTube, and then the second gets a little easier. He's working really hard on his YouTube channel to get his vlog going. So go subscribe and comment over there and show him some love. Raphael, can you drop the link into the chat that's going on the side? Just drop a link to and I'll also put it in the description for everybody watching the reruns.
In the private chat or in the
the YouTube chat that's going on right now. I
actually try to.
Yeah, you can put links in the public YouTube chat.
No, you can drop links to YouTube stuff.
Okay.
That live chat window that's going, you can drop a link in there. It should work. If not, I can just show up in the chat room in a little bit and give it out, and I will also put it all over when this is over. It'll be in the comment sections. Sorry, the description.
You know, it doesn't work for me, and even the YouTube doesn't work. But about the chat room, I do you open it in like in Google or?
No, this is different. Okay, normally Google Hangouts, you'd have to download like a Google Hangout app and go in, and some people don't have to have an app at all. It just works. This will be like you get an app from the Android store, or you'll get it from the Apple Store. Or if you're on a computer, I use it both on my computer and phone. They tie together really easily, and that is
the link you gave me.
Yes, that should take you. Because there's some people talking about it in the chat right now. That should take you to a thing that says, "Hey, download the service," and then you can come in and hang out. So that's all. You have to download an app first. It's an app.
Because if I put it on Safari here, it doesn't open.
Go to go to your go to the Mac store.
Yes.
And then look up something called Telegram. It looks like a little paper plane. The icon looks like a paper plane. Telegram for desktop is what you want, and you just put it on there.
Okay. Problem is this. I'm gonna end it here too.
Okay.
I have to give some attention.
I understand it's late
to my
for you
wife
and
and my
stuff.
family.
Just stop in there any day. The guys, if you don't, because there's a lot of international viewers and people watch this in reruns, the chats go on all day long. There's a wave of people that want a video chat in the morning, and then in the afternoon there's some stragglers, and then at night it gets really busy and people chat. You can jump in there any time of day, and somebody's probably sitting around that wants to chat. So that's all.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you. I'll do that.
Yep. Thank you, Raphael. Let's go to our next guest, and we will talk. Mel, you want to say your parting words, dear? She's still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay.
All I want to say to people is don't be scared. I know a lot of people, this frightens them, but really don't be scared, because we can manifest things, and including emotions. And the more people that are awakened but are emitting fear, then the more negative the world is going to be. So you really, really need to concentrate on being positive and imagining the world as you would like it to be, and just send out those vibrations. And hopefully, as a collective, we'll be able to improve the world.
Well said.
And that's it. Thank you. Okay, I'm going.
Yep.
Bye.
Thank you, Mel. I want to interject and thank you for. I'll see you in the chat.
Anyway.
People are like, well, why can't we just keep chatting on this YouTube live hangout? As soon as the video processes, you'll be able to chat for like 10 minutes after the show ends, and after that, it just stops working and locks out. The chat ends, the live chat ends as soon as this show ends. So if you're watching this on rerun, that is a big benefit of coming to the live show. You're not seeing a huge part of the show that's going on the side right now of this chat, this interactive chat with hundreds of people talking. So that is why we have to move this. And we used to just move it to Google Hangouts, but Hangouts is having issues with me lately. So we're trying to pick a better location. And we'll try it. If it doesn't work, we'll go back to Hangouts. It's not that big of a deal. All right. So I would like to go to the next person. Let's go. Wow, you look like you're falling asleep from Spain. Go ahead. Cassandra, you there? Your eyes are like...
No, I'm not in Spain.
Oh, I thought you were in Spain right now. Okay, Norway.
No,
Norway.
I'm on vacation in Norway, so yeah.
I'm sorry. I don't get to have this jet-setting lifestyle. I want your life.
Okay. I want to thank you, Taryn, though, that you actually contacted me. That was really nice of you. It really made me happy, because I've been really alone with this thing. I have nobody to talk to, and I even almost felt like I felt a little bit free finally, that I can be a little bit myself with people who I've never met but still felt very home. So also I want to say to the people, I'm sorry, with my internet was really bad. I don't know what happened. And fear no evil. Just be kind to everybody else and share the word about the Mandela Effect and stuff like that. So yeah, peace and love.
Well, and you pop into the chat rooms once in a while, so you have a chance to hang out with Cassandra over there. Okay, let's go to...
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Chris, go ahead.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh.
See you, mate.
Bye.
Oh, there's a cat. Awesome. Hold on, we gotta view back to the cat waving bye. Oh, bye. He's so cute. My cat says respect. My cat's like, respect, man, respect.
Bye, adios.
Yeah, mate.
Go ahead, Chris. I'm sorry.
You're right. Sorry, I was interrupting earlier. I was just trying to say little comments as the sentences are going, type thing.
It's all
anyway,
good.
it's been a pleasure talking to you guys and expanding consciousness. And I feel a roll-on effect. And like I said in a comment to you ages ago, Taryn, that you won't be talking about the Mandela Effect all the time for too much longer.
Well, we'll have to expand out. Eventually, we'll talk everything out to know about it. But you know, I'd like to think we can go a lot deeper. I mean, look how many other topics come up on this. So we'll just let it go where it goes.
Yeah, so it's kudos to you, buddy, and kudos to everyone that's been involved. And that's what it's all about. It's learning off each other and expanding consciousness. And if Ouroboros is listening, I want to have a chat with you, buddy, because I love your concepts. Thanks to Sam, thanks to Jinx, and thanks to the Vegan Warrior, and probably forgot a few of the others, but yeah. All the best to everybody, and let's go even more further and forward, and yeah, that's about it.
All right.
Appreciation.
Later, my man.
Thanks, man. See you guys. So you guys hanging out on that thing after, yeah?
Yeah,
on, Telegram.
Yeah, get on there.
Yeah, Telegram. Yeah. I'm sleep deprived.
I know. Wasn't just stopping in the morning, but also you have a. I'm sorry, I meant to mention you have a channel too that makes videos. So
yeah, it's got nobody check out my channel unless you want to send comments. But yeah, I've got no videos. All I had was chemtrail videos.
I thought you made some videos
4 days ago.
My bad. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought.
Yeah, right. No problem.
All right. Never mind.
Thanks, guys.
Okay.
See you
and we'll see you a bit later. Take care.
Bye.
Actually, I'll listen to you guys first before I finish, of course.
Yeah. You can hang in until further goodbyes here. Shad, did you want to say something?
First of all, I want to say thank you for having me on. And welcoming me to the community. I was one of those people that were really overwhelmed by a lot of the information that I was receiving, and your videos actually helped me a lot to kind of realize, slow down, take it in little bits, and it's going to be okay. So that's one thing I want to tell everyone. Know your limits also, people in the chat. Don't just jump down the rabbit hole. It's a really dangerous place. And, you should take Dr. Lupo's advice. Yeah.
Wise advice right there.
Secondly, everyone on the panel tonight, it's very rare you join a panel being a total stranger and everyone just having a conversation. There's no hate. There's no prejudice, no matter your race, whatever. So thank you guys for having me also. And I really hope I can come on again in the future.
You bet, man. You were a great guest. I'll bring you back.
Thank you.
Send us a link for your music.
Oh, yeah.
I'm thinking about doing an intro song for the show.
That'd be great. I would love to get away. You want to do some cool Mandela music I can use? Give me permission. Cool. All right. I got Bob left, the late runner to the show, and Bob, who also plays piano, I see. All right.
Right. Yeah, that was what we're doing. My headphones up there wasn't working. Your Instagram, I'll put it on. Yeah, I've taken this link down on Instagram.
I don't have an Instagram. I think you mean the
Telegram.
Sorry,
not Instagram, no, Telegram. Sorry,
Telegram.
Telegram. And it's just a small app. I've got it on this. And it's just for messaging. Is that right?
I can't see it, but what'll probably happen is you download Telegram and then you try to go to that chat room I sent and it'll work. If not, just contact me and I'll add you personally. If that goes to anybody, I'm going to drop my email. If you're like, I can't get in the chat, there's going to be a learning curve with this. Just have some patience, because once you do it once, everything works. So here's
one little thing that slipped my mind, by the way. It's happened a couple of months ago. And this is when I went outside about 4 o'clock in the morning, because I'm retired and I don't sleep normal man hours. I sleep when I want and wake when I want, you know. It's great when you're retired. But about 4 o'clock in the morning, I walked out into the back garden. There was a light coming towards me. It was an orb. And the orb was about this size. And it was about 30 feet up, because it was level with the top of my rooftop. And it comes straight over the top of me, next door to my father's, and then just took off. But there was no noise coming from it. And that was... this is when I was going through my phase of I wanted to contact aliens, you know, and sitting there trying to meditate. And at the time I thought, oh yeah, they sent me a message. But so I don't know what that was, but whatever it was completely silent, and it was about just about a meter in size, I suppose, this orb, but completely silent. But yeah, one thing I forgot to tell you about.
Well, we definitely want to hear more about this story. I mean, you can come by anytime and talk more about it, but go ahead and finish it out, though.
Oh yeah, well, so I'm sorry I missed your site, but when I first found your site, I found that you clarified a lot of things to me, especially with the one when you were talking about the body changes, which you went through, which really got my interest. And there is a lot more, but I think that every one of these changes has a hidden meaning, and we haven't come across this hidden meaning yet. I don't think this is random. A word change here, a word change there. I think there's a link, but we haven't pinned it down yet. My own personal opinion.
Fair enough. And we have lots of other shows to try to find that link. So I hope you'll come back and we'll discuss that. Bob, hopefully, you know, again, you were a good guest. Well, I'm sorry we couldn't get you on that long.
Yeah.
And, you know, say good thanks to my other guests, too. I really appreciate, and all the people that, the chat room's been great. They're super nice and positive today. So thank you for that. I do love good, positive chat rooms. And let's just keep this going. Again, it's like a bar. You can't drink. You don't have to go home, but you can't drink here, right? Isn't that how the saying goes? So we're going to, if you do have problems with getting the Telegram to work, just email me, or there's a lot of people that also made it work that are still in Google Hangouts. I mean, you can go there if you really can't get this to work, but again, that's not where I'm going to be. So if you want to actually talk to me, you got to come into Telegram. All right, the other thing, I will.
One you want to get on?
Yeah, that's. I think we're trying to make a push to be a little, you know, practice what we preach. Stop giving all of our information to Google constantly, or giving everything to the government, and you know, they don't mine our data as much on this. It's a lot more secure. It's not perfect, but it's a much better step. So we're getting there. We'll try it. If it doesn't work, whatever, we'll go back to something else. We'll go back to Google.
All right, good. So once we get onto the Telegram, how do we find you, Taryn?
Okay, that link I sent should take you to a giant chat room. That should just pop you in there. If not, you can just search for me on Telegram, Taryn Lupo, and send me a message, and I'll see it. And as long as you're nice and polite, I will answer it. So,
you got one I've got here. You got to put your telephone number in. Is that correct?
Yeah, I believe Telegram, the way they secure it is they base it around your phone. So a lot of times people don't realize that when they use their computers, their passwords are all over the place, where the phone's a little more secure. And so I believe they base it all off your telephone. If you don't like to put your phone number in, just use like a fake Google phone number. It should work.
It's also to stop bots, because bots don't have phones.
I haven't got a mobile phone. I don't believe in them.
Well, just use any number. I'm sure there's a way around that. If anyone can figure that out, please help them out. There's a couple of people that don't have phones. You know, you're welcome to hang out in the Google chat too. If you don't have a phone and you can't make it work, but you know, keep trying. Let's put a little effort into this, guys.
I will.
All right. I will.
Thanks again, Taryn.
Thanks, everybody. See you later. We are going to be nice.
Bye-bye.
Be positive. Support
each
other. Be nice to your cat.
Yeah.
You know the rest.
See ya.
Bye.